You deserve someone who listens to you, hears every word, knows what to do when you're feeling hopeless, lost and confused. There's somebody out there who will. You need a man who'll hold you for hours, make your friends jealous when he brings you flowers, and laughs when it says they don't have love like ours. There's somebody out there who will. There's somebody out there who's looking for you. Someday he'll find you. I swear that it's true. And he's gonna kiss you when you feel the world is this. There's somebody out there who will. He'll take you dancing and pull you in close and spin you around and won't let you fall till they turn the lights off, and he'll take you home. There's somebody out there who will. There's somebody out there who's looking for you. Someday he'll find you. I swear that it's true. And it's gonna catch you when you feel the world stay still. There's somebody out there who will.
So please be with our honored guests during this short ceremony.
So, congratulations to MAF for 25 years. I opened the exhibition.
Good day, Lord Samuel.
Saw you on the sidebar. You said something to make you laugh. You saw that both your smiles were twice as wide as ours. You were happy Ain't nobody hurt you like I hurt you. Ain't nobody love you like I do. Promise that I will not take it personal. If you do it always so. Respected guests, dear architects and dear friends, insawayin si Bayveg ule. It is my honor to welcome you all to the Silver Jubilee celebration of the Mizoram Architecture Forum. 25 years of dedication, passion, and innovation in the field of architecture that is something to be proud of. By God's grace, you have reached this milestone, and we're thrilled to have you all here to mark this occasion. Today, we celebrate our journey, our achievements, and the incredible work of our members. Before we begin, let's take a moment to invoke God's blessings. I'd like to request our respected Architect Mizoram Kimaroite to lead us in prayer.
Good morning, everyone. Greetings in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Let us hear the words of God. Matthew chapter 7, verse 24 and 25. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against the house. Yet it did not fall, because it had its foundation on the rock, the foundation which we have today, our Savior Jesus Christ. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, this beautiful day, the 25th year of establishment of Mizoram Architecture Forum. We come before you this day with our hearts overflowing with gratitude as we celebrate 25 years of your unwavering presence and abundant grace that you have shown upon us. We remember the foundations that was laid by our pioneers, our seniors, the sacrifices made, and the vision that sustained this organization above all odds. We are grateful for the hard work, dedication, and the spirit of teamwork that have allowed us to grow and thrive. As we celebrate this milestone, we ask for your continued guidance for the future. Grant us wisdom and courage for the years ahead, so we may remain steadfast in our purpose and make a positive difference in our community. Bless our speaker, Mr. Bijoy, and all the architects and everyone present today as we strive for unity, purpose, and service, always seeking your will. All this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, sir. With God's blessings, let's proceed with our celebration. I invite you all to take part in our special event and enjoy this celebration. Let's make this a memorable day. Now, let's welcome our respected architect Lalrinzo Alaralte, the president of Mizoram Architecture Forum, for a speech.
25 years ago today, 13 architects came together and decided to establish the Mizoram Architecture Forum. Today, the forum is 121 members strong, and the number of registered architects in the state is 197. Good morning, everyone. Architects, relatives, friends, students, and sponsors, we thank you. And our keynote speaker, Architect Bijoy Ramachandran of 100 Hands, Bangalore. I welcome you all to this day of celebration. I wish everyone a 25th year anniversary of Mizoram Architects Forum. We have been here this far, and the forum has always been focused on two things. But the main factor has always been the improvement of the built environment, the architectural quality of the spaces we live in, and the environment that they create. In order that we may achieve these things, the forum has been taking action in two ways. One is excellence in profession. We have done many times discussions on the topic. We have written letters to the government. We have written letters to authorities. We have taken up issues with all the people in authority regarding the profession. And we also have asked the Council of Architecture to take action against individuals who are misconducting in the profession. These are the way we have tried. And the other one is the passion in craft. We have asked speakers to come from outside. We have seminars. We have workshops in these past 25 years to advance these points. And it has always been a blessing that we have been progressing as we can. We know we haven't been perfect, but we know we have been learning. So looking back to the path we've taken, we find that the good deeds have given us strength. But some missteps also have happened, and we have learned from them. But these have always made us stronger. And the forum members have always been resolute in advancing the cause of architecture. We have seen in other places that forums have stood up but have collapsed also. But here in Mizoram, the forum has always been strong. It has always been forward. It has always been positive about architecture. In the future, we'll have many elements coming against us. This may come in the form of speed. This may come in the form of money. But we as architects must always focus on craftsmanship, must always focus on patience, must always focus on human-centric architecture. So in the next years to come, my wish is that architects will always cling to these values so that we may change Mizoram. And once again, I wish everyone a silver jubilee, a joyous silver jubilee celebration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your informative speech. To continue our event, let's welcome on stage Kolen Cultural Club. Kanhunte min sunzom sakturin, Kolen Cultural Club te kansom sunzom ngale. Kolen Cultural Club was established on 4th April 2024. Despite being a young club, they have achieved remarkable success, winning the first prize in the MZU Virtually Cultural Competition and MZP Namlam competition. They are now affiliated with the Art and Culture Government of Mizoram, Mizo Cultural Organization MCO, and Art and Culture Department. Today's performance features the iconic Mizo dance called Bu'za'ay Zero, a symbol of Mizo cultural richness. And now, putting the spotlight on our sleek and powerful partner, please welcome our esteemed sponsor, Jaguar, as they take the stage for a special presentation. And please note that this stage is for 30 minutes only.
A very good morning to all the esteemed guests present over here. We at Jaguar Group are extremely elated and fortunate for giving us this opportunity by the Mizoram Architect Association to associate with them for the 25th foundation ceremony. Thank you so much. Jaguar. Jaguar, a name derived from the word aqua, has been at the forefront of manufacturing and producing innovative products for the past 65 years. Under the visionary leadership of Mr. Rajesh Mehra, we have now set our footprint in over 55 countries and territories. With 8 state-of-the-art manufacturing units, 7 in India, 1 in South Africa, Jaguar has been producing innovative products to make life simple and better for everyone. So, before we proceed, I would like to mention that we have 1/4 of our team strength in Northeast present over here with us today. Now let me take you all through the journey of Jaguar.
The only global brand offering complete bathroom and lighting solutions, the Jaguar Group is a multi-diversified company that prides itself on over 6 decades of manufacturing excellence. The group offers solutions for almost every requirement in bath fixtures and lighting. Jaguar, the group's flagship brand, stands as a testament to excellent quality and design. Artis, the group's luxury brand, is synonymous with opulence and sophistication. A brand that's born from art, Artis is designed for those who seek to make a statement in their bath spaces. The Esco brand offers contemporary design and quality products that are practical, stylish, and affordable. Jaguar's global presence spans 55 countries, with a network of Jaguar World Destination showrooms, one of the world's largest chains in the category worldwide. From luxurious hotels to contemporary residential spaces, Jaguar Group's products in prestigious projects are a confirmation of our global appeal and local expertise. At Jaguar Group, the commitment to excellence begins at our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities. Equipped with the latest technology and manned by skilled professionals, our production processes ensure that every product meets the highest standards of quality and precision. A testament to the quality of Jaguar Group's products is the wide range of international certifications it has attained and the prestigious global design awards it has won by working with renowned designers. As a responsible company, Jaguar Group has undertaken multiple initiatives to minimize its carbon footprint, from solar power generation to zero liquid discharge from its plants, recycling brass, chrome and water, Jaguar's efforts have helped cut carbon dioxide emissions by 18,500 tons a year. Jaguar is India's most trusted bath brand and the #1 bath brand in value terms. It is also the country's most searched bath brand and has more than 54 million visitors to its website every year. Jaguar today is an $874 million company with a 12,000-strong team spread across the world. A team committed to pushing the boundaries of design and technology. Join us as we continue to shape our vision of enabling people worldwide to rediscover the joy of water and light.
So, as you could see, under the wing of Jaguar Group, we have our flagship brand called the Jaguar, who manufactures bathroom and lighting solutions. Then we have the luxury brand called Artis, which is born from art and manufactures sanitary ware, faucet and wellness. And we have the value brand called Esco, who again manufactures complete bathroom solutions. Now, before we proceed, I would like to take you all through our flagship outlet program, which we call the Jaguar World. So these are exclusive arenas where customers and architect builders can come and experience our products through touch and feel in live format. So we do not do any retailing from those outlets, but they are exclusive experience center. So ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you our Jaguar World. So I am very happy to announce that Northeast will soon be getting its own Jaguar World, which will be located in Guwahati. So I invite you all to please be there with all your esteemed clients and have a unique experience of all our products. Moving on. We always say that manufacturing is the main strength of Jaguar. Manufacturing is in our DNA. So, with 8 state-of-the-art manufacturing units spread across 3.3 lakh square meter area, we manufacture annually 3.3 million bathrooms, 45.9 million faucet bathrooms annually, 4.2 million sanitary ware annually. We have a global strength of 12,000 employees, and we also have our own lighting manufacturing unit in India, which manufactures 24.6 million units per year. So, let me take you all through a very important aspect in the process of our faucet manufacturing, which is the electroplating.
Jaguar, we have environmental friendly electroplating using prevalent chrome, which has many of the same characteristics just like hexavalent chrome. Prevalent chrome finish is scratch and corrosion resistant.
Electroplating plant is equipped with chrome recovery unit, as chrome tends to carry over to the washing tank post-chromium process. This is to get the desired plating thickness and chromium bonding uniform throughout the surface. Jaguar has adopted semi-automatic electroplating, where cleaning and chrome plating is done on 1 to 10 components together, and nickel plating is done on an automatic rotary system. We have the desired plating thickness and results based on the time it takes in the nickel plating process. As a complete bathroom solutions company, we give our customers a provision for customization. We offer our customers 9 different colors in addition to the chrome plating. Plating is common till chromium. All the color options that we offer are acid resistant and have long durability. So in addition to wide range of colors that we...
So there is a myth that Jaguar does not produce or manufacture sanitary ware products. To bust that myth, I present to you our sanitary ware manufacturing. As I had already mentioned, we have our own lighting manufacturing unit which manufactures 24.6 million pieces per year. Let us see the manufacturing process of lights.
Introducing Jaguar Lighting Manufacturing Plant, a global brand providing diverse solutions in the lighting space. Our products are crafted with perfection and showcase sheer brilliance to illuminate your world. Our LEED Platinum certified facility integrates research and development, manufacturing, assembly, testing and packaging, all under one roof. Jaguar Lighting manufactures a variety of products across various categories. Each product is created from scratch with extreme precision using an ultra-modern automation setup which is monitored by qualified professionals. We at Jaguar implement a rigorous quality control process where each product goes through 3 levels of testing. Optical testing includes a photometric integrated sphere that is equipped for self-absorption, measurement and correction. A gonio photometer that measures the luminous intensity of the light source at different directions and calculates the total luminous flux. Electrical testing includes the LED driver tester, which measures the input and output characteristics of the driver. An AC power source that is ideal for the testing and development of LED drivers and products. A digital power meter that has extremely low current measurement capability. A digital power supply, which is a regulated DC power supply. A digital storage oscilloscope, which is an indispensable tool to help our research and development team for designing and manufacturing the finest LED drivers. Performance and safety testing includes a high-low voltage tester, thermal analysis system, an LED aging life test system, high baud tester, torsion tester, surge generator, and switching live test system.
So, a bathroom is not complete with only faucets and water closet, isn't it? Jaguar also manufactures a wide variety of water heaters and heat pumps from 1 liter to 500 liter. We have a wide variety of shower enclosures which comes in customized and standardized form to separate your wet and dry areas. And we also have a huge range of wellness products starting from standing bathtub to whirlpools to steam cabin to give you all a relaxed bathing experience. Now, coming to the point that why Jaguar? What is the group's unique selling proposition? The first thing is best-in-class quality, because we always choose the best-in-class raw materials, best-in-class machinery, and best-in-class people who are manufacturing it. Reputed designers from all over the world have designed few of our products. We will learn about them in subsequent slides. Then, customer service. Customer service forms the backbone of Jaguar. We have a strength of 75 people stationed in Northeast for customer service. And the one stationed in Mizoram is an engineer by education. So our products are designed and manufactured through cutting-edge technology, which we already have seen in the electroplating video. And Jaguar provides a solution and not only products. So it provides a single platform for all your bathroom and lighting requirements. The last point, that is innovation. We always believe in providing you innovative products to make your life better. Let us see an example of our latest innovative product called the Cloud.
It's the most intimate of all human senses and the most intuitive. Touch. A touch is all it takes. To connect us to the outside from within. Or to disconnect. Change. Repeat. The power of touch. It can move mountains and turn a cloud into rain. Jaguar Cloud, the hybrid touch shower.
So, as I had mentioned earlier, few of our products like the Tiara faucet, the tailwater faucet and Laguna have been designed by world-renowned designers like Matteo Thun, Antonio Rodriguez, Michael Foley, Lisa Bossi. And these products have gone on to win prestigious awards like the Red Dot Award, the Good Design Award and Alley Decor Award. So these designers together put forward their innovative mind, and we design products to enhance your experience. Like if we have, or if you have purchased a matte black finish faucet, you will also get the hinges of your shower enclosures in matte black finish. So we have coordinated designs. Now, coming to the quality part. So there are three important points while we ensure the quality of our product. The first is selecting raw materials, which we do through rigorous research and development, and the raw materials we select are of international standards. The second is the process through which we manufacture. There is a complete synergy in every step of the manufacturing process so that we can deliver you the same quality of product in each unit after each production. And the third and most important is the testing of our product. We understand that the quality of water is not the same in every place. It is different in different parts of India. In fact, in some parts the water is very hard, in some part it is soft. So we take our products through rigorous testing in our own in-house facility to give you the better quality product which we have promised.
5 minutes remaining.
Yeah. So now, talking about technology, or before that, we all have seen the various, the certificates which we have, or according to which we manufacture our products, right? So coming to the technology part, Jaguar believes in saving water. We have water restrictors in our faucet. Then we believe in energy saving, touch operators, as you could see in our cloud operations, remote operations, our bid spa and our heat pumps operate on remote, easy clean, all our shower enclosures are easy clean, and sensor-based operations. Some of our urinals and faucets come with sensor-based operations. So, with a wide range of products, we provide you solutions in residential projects, commercial projects, hospitality, and public projects. That is PWD and CPWD projects. Next, we also provide standardized corporate rates to our customers, which are the same throughout India. We have huge team, as I have already mentioned, of customer service, and it forms our backbone. So we have a system called the bathroom maintenance system, through which you can call one of our service person, and right from the spindle cartridge to cleaning up your faucet, he will do everything at a very nominal price. And we also conduct various, various service camps at residential and commercial project sites, which is absolutely free. So, I would like to conclude my presentation here by assuring you complete solution to all your bathroom and lighting requirements and a complete peace of mind post-purchase regarding service issue. So before I leave, please have a look at our International Association in Hospitality segment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jaguar, for the presentation. This event is also powered by Jaguar. Because of that, we would like to felicitate them. So I kindly request Mr. Francis L. Kiangte, the Secretary of MAF, to be on stage. And also I again request the representative of Jaguar to be on stage for the felicitation. Please. Thank you so much, Team Jaguar. As we continue our celebration, it's our pleasure to recognize and show our appreciation to our esteemed guests. We'd like to take a moment to honor them with a small token of gratitude. Tunatsuan kan misom big tetan liao liao nga isyoy na tilpek lan nahun kan neido na nga. First of all, I kindly request the President of MAF, Mizoram Architecture Forum, to please be on stage to hand out for the felicitation. Now I kindly request our keynote speaker, our special guest, Architect Bijoy Ramachandran, to kindly step forward on stage to receive a small token of gratitude from us. Adon huna hiyan mi puilamin kutbengin kan lautson dur don niya. Thank you, sir, for gracing our event with your presence. President Sungalom Tugan Soye ngay lut na thil pekin kan chunzom le anga adot le min hlan saktur hian architect lal shwai tlawng aralte joint secretary MAF khongai takin lo chhuak ve se ani hian Mizo Interiors Designer Forum MIDF te hne na min hlan sak dona MIDF achangin IO khongai takin lo chhuak ve le se MAF in MIDF ne na hianin an hla nanga hemi in hlan na an nei zo hian MIDF hianin Mizoram Architecture Forum ne na min hlan let ve le ngal don ani
Hello. Hello. Oh, MAF ten min ron som hi kan lom le MIDF Paul no pang tak kum thum kan ni na chaw ni ya hei kumina sang ni som ni pan hi tangin kan han ding trana min ron soma min ron ngai lu hi kan loma interior designers te thopui tla ka min ngai hi kan loma chumi silver jubilee ro pui ta gain lom puinan ei thuziak momento hi kan hlan veang cheu thuziak hi kan chiar lokong lom puina pathian ruaina le om puina Mizoram Architecture Forum in silver jubilee kum som ni pangana in mang thei kan lom pui tak zet chewa in kalzel na tura du sakna kan hlana cheu te in MIDF logo kan tel ani
Now it's the sweetest moment of the event. It's time to cut the Jubilee cake and celebrate our 25 years of excellence. I'd like to request our respected architect George Lalzue to kindly join us on stage to cut the Jubilee cake. Along with him, I kindly request the founding MAF executive members to please be on stage. Jubilee cake kat na hun kan mga nga min kat saktur hian architect George Lalzue kan so mga stage ding lama kyan cake ka oma kan ashar te kha khongai takin pakhat lo chhuak se chemte min lo lak chwa sak selangin ti chuanin pu George Arwal hianin founding MAF executive members voina lo zong zong te khongai takin stage lampang min pan sakturin kan han ngen ngal bok cheu ani MAF founding MAF executive members zong zong kal chhuakang an ma ni awang hian voi in ni hi pathian shwai na in kan thlengani kan tilo theilowa an chunga po kan lom tak zet ani pu George khanin chemte kha han hum selangin
Hello. Sibai vekule. Hey voina. MAF kumsum ni pangana. Alom na hun kan lo thlenga a organizer te chunga lom thu ko soya tuna kan OB te kan MF member zong te an thokrim mani ti kan hria an chunga lom thu kan soya tuna kan hroi tu te an felzia hei tuna kan humeka an chunga lom thu ko soya tin helai founding member zong ma bolo tran tu te chunga po lom thu ko soya tin ke hei atira president of mengin kania katlik lo emema mairo chu miron hriat reng awangin an chunga lom thu ko soyani kalome
pu George an khongai takin mi lo ha selangin kan ashar khan chemte han pe sela kan ashar han tol nung deu shet se ti chuan founding members zong te khanin han zom nai sela ke kat na lama khan kan ashar khongai takin han tol nung shet se kan founding members te lo kian deu se at nung lam dewa khan lo dingri lok mai selangin ngoi ro mi puilamin kan lo chhiar sakang cheu kanin ring em pakhat pani pathum chhiarang kanin ring tiro pakhat tuna hian kan founding members tele pu George Howin Mizoram Architecture Forum Silver Jubilee cake kat ani kan savai ai o in
Hello, me.
Cake min kat sak tu te zong 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 alom tu kan soye. As we move forward with our celebration, I'd like to invite Mizoram Architecture Forum Secretary, Architect Francis L. Kiangte, to share us with the Secretary's report highlighting the achievements and the milestones over the past 25 years. Please welcome him on stage with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I just would like to start with the word Chibai. Chibayu. I want to thank God for bringing us to this 25th anniversary of the Mizoram Architecture Forum. And this has been a milestone achieved by the forum and has not been the doing of a single person. This has been the collective effort of everyone for the past 25 years. And we would like to congratulate every one of you for that unwavering support. The presentation has been online, so there have been too many things while I was going through the 25 years of records that we have, the meeting minutes, and the undertakings that have been there. So I don't know what I'm going to say, and it has been overwhelming. And what I've noticed is that the solidarity and the teamwork that has bound the members of the Architects Forum speaks itself to the meeting minutes and the records as I go through. So if I miss something you feel that should be up here, just forgive me because there has been too many things here. And I'm just going to go through just the 25 years of the development that has been there and the progress as we go through this journey in time. There has been a confusion regarding the date on which the Architects Forum was found. There should not be one, because the first meeting was on 23rd October, but then the first meeting was held on 3rd November. So the members should keep that in mind. These two dates are very, very important. They are equally important. They are just 10 days apart, but they are equally important. And Architect A.K. Ghosh, the departed soul, he has been one of the key member for the initiation of Architects Forum. He was a senior architect in the PWD department, and the Mizo architects were without any proper conglomeration, no proper group, and he advised those architects to come together to form a platform so that they can be more organized as a team, as a forum. Now, even though we have seen some of those founding members, the pictures would make it more clear. Mr. George was the first president. Unfortunately, our vice president, Mr. Thanpuya Changte, has departed, and Mr. Thanchuanga, he is the first secretary. And Mr. Lalmunfela, the joint secretary, and Ms. Marie Lalrimoi. Before we proceed further into the report, one of the objectives of Mizoram Architects Forum was that it should provide a platform for the local architects, for the exchange of ideas, to uplift architecture, to be an advisory body for the allied professionals, for everyone involved in and around this sector, and to raise awareness. And why those things are necessary comes up, is explained in the early challenges. The Mizoram Architects Forum struggled a lot with creating identity for the architects, for the designers, and everyone that comes under that umbrella, including the allied professionals, the engineers, the interior designers, the contractors. So the greater part of the first decade was, even till today, used for establishing the identity of architects, their role in the society, and their difference. I've inserted this, my friend is an architect engineer, with the purpose that the community is still mixed up with an architect and an engineer, and to the layman, sometimes there's no distinction. And we have been pushing the boundaries to establish the distinction between an architect and an engineer for these past 25 years. The architects have played a major role in shaping the urban regulations, the building bylaws, a lot of it, and a lot of thought, a lot of pulling strings, meeting the government's officials, the governors, the ministers, for the amendments of regulations and guidelines. Professional service and engagement has always been a challenge for architects to set up a very professional environment wherein their services would be appreciated, not undermined. And the Architects Forum has guided the architects community in establishing on this regard. Now, before I go further, even though we have it on the exhibition wall here, I just would like to take a moment to pay tribute to our pioneer architects, Mr. Zoram Thanga. He was the first architect we have from the Mizo community. And then Mr. Sai Tanzama. So Mr. Zoram Thanga, he first worked as an assistant engineer in PWD in Manipur, and then as an assistant architect in Mizoram PWD, and he passed away in 1981, and he's an alumni of SPA Delhi. And Mr. Sai Tanzama, the very beloved Vanapa Hall was designed by him. Now, coming through the journey through the years from 2000 to 2010, the first decade where the struggle was real, and the solidarity of the founding members could be seen from the records and from the reports. The governor was engaged, a lot of other officials were engaged, and the BMTE, the Building Materials and Technology exhibition, this is a very, very huge task. And our seniors, they were just 30-40 bunch, and they managed to pull this through. I don't know if we have the grit to do that at this current, to pull off a scale, an exhibition of that scale. And these were the first BMT exhibition. And I just would like to come back to the meeting with the governor. We are going to emphasize on this a little bit later on regarding the planning and development issues and the effect of this as well. Now, the first office bearers, the executive and the pioneer members of the Architects Forum struggled a lot in crafting a niche in the community, in the government sector. And our seniors have done a lot when it comes to this. So we have a football ground right in the center of the city. And there was another proposal to bring another development for that region. And what we have seen is that it always comes with a lot of issues, traffic issues. It creates havoc. And upon hearing this, the Mizoram Architects Forum member came together, decided to write a newsletter. They released newsletters and then host some TV shows. And then eventually, with their initiative, the proposed AR ground was eventually shifted to the outskirts of the city. And we can see the developmental effect it has and the change that follows and the development that has been dispersed throughout the city as well. Now, this is about 3 kilometers away from the initial proposal, and we only have to, say thanks to our pioneers for their initiative. Now, there are a lot of things that happened in this 2000 to 2010 in the first decade. One of the biggest achievement was, as we see, the shifting of the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium from Lamwal to the current location. There were TV shows. They hosted the TV shows from trying to establish their position in bringing this to this position. And the Aizawl development authorities, the formation of the building regulations, there were some issues in the PWD department. So the Architects Forum has been very vocal and pushing the forefront in making these changes and establishing their position as a driving force in the building and architecture sector. And we are coming to the middle 5 years where the maturity happens. And one thing I need you to remember is that the growth of the members from this 10-15 years, the early 15 years were very slow. There were only 13 members at the initial, and then 10 years later there were still only 31 architects. So during this period there were only 31 architects, and the growth has been very small. There was a BMT Expo, there was the 10th anniversary celebration during this, and we have been fostering community growth, collaboration with our allied professionals, as the Civil Engineers Association, contribution in the master plan of the Vision 2030, and there has always been, fostering awareness in the community by writing in the newspapers and engaging, allied professionals, including the sorry about that. And one thing I would like to bring up on this regard is that the Mizoram Architects Forum during the COVID and all these years have done quite a lot in fostering, communities service. One of the biggest achievement. This was the initiative initiated by our departed Vice President, Architect Thanpuya Changte, even though everyone was involved in this. This junction is one of the busiest junction that is serving as the entrance to the city. The problem was that the initial proposal pushed the traffic island to a corner. And with the initiative of Mizoram Architects Forum, a roundabout was introduced, and the traffic flow has been much improved with that. And the government has been kind enough to listen to the suggestions of the Mizoram Architects Forum as well. In the last decade, from 2015 to 2025, there has been a lot of movement, a lot of action. And one of the biggest undertaking was the study of pedestrianization. The Mizoram Architects Forum did not have any funding on this. And what we did was stretches were identified wherein pedestrianization problem were there, and study groups were made, and then proposals were discussed with policymakers and government officials. And we have been fostering our relationship with the Mizoram Department of Planning and Architecture, Mizoram University. So the academic side and the professional practice side of things goes hand in hand. Now these are some of the works that were done under pedestrianization. So some of these works were presented even to the UDNPA for their urban planning, SCTP, and yeah, this is a little too early. So these are some of the initiatives that were taken. Now coming to the architects meet, this was, we were lucky enough to have Mr. Mohe from Bangalore. So Bangalore has been very dear to us when it comes to MAF's program. And we keep coming back and forth. And the event we attended to Anna, even Nagaland's Silver Jubilee celebration had architect Chitra from Nagaland. So the Northeast has a very dear, place in our hearts for, architects and the community there in Bangalore. And in 2016, the late Professor Charles Benninger and Richard Bello from Nagaland came over for the architects meet. We had some bamboo workshop as well. This was the exhibition in collaboration, Architecture in a Day. This was organized by the Mizoram University, and it was in collaboration with the Mizoram Architecture Forum. This was Mizoram Architecture Forum exhibition in 2022, and this is the tree plantation program held exclusively for the Silver Jubilee celebration. These are the current executive members. These are the office bearers. And there are certain things I would like to focus here. This was a record from 2006. So we have one member, Mr. Sammy, whose attendance is 100% over there. So one big round of applause for him. Over the years, we have a total of 66 executive members, including the office bearers and the posts they have held. So these were the previous, we have seen some of them here among us, some of them are not here anymore with us. Now this is where I would like to focus. If you look at this, this is the MAF members membership growth. We started with 13 members, and then the growth in the first 15 years, 2000 to 2015, is very slow. It's very slow. It is partly because the education system were allotted to reservations. So there were a few in SPA Delhi, in Hyderabad, in Mumbai. And when 2015 was crossed, the liberalization of architecture education in the country also reflects a lot in the growth of the membership. So you can see that till the first 15 years, the membership stood at 42, and then it came to 88 just in a span of 5 years. So the growth in the first 15 years were doubled in the next 5 years. And those first 20 years of growth were almost doubled. If we're going to look at another statistic here, this is the most recent statistic. 16 members in 2000, registered architects. 35 in 2010. 102 in 2020. And in just 5 years, it goes up to 209. And to give a perspective of this, architecture education were only through reserved seats. There were 3 seats in Hyderabad, JNTU, of which I'm an alumni. And there were 2 seats in JJ School of Architecture in Mumbai for a long time. And later on, the seat in JJ School was removed. And then it was allotted to some other schools in Mumbai. And also in Kerala, we have the CET as well. So there usually is 6 allotted for every year. And by 2018 and 19, when architecture education was liberalized, we have Guwahati coming up, and we have other colleges also coming up. And with that, I would like to conclude my report. Thank you everyone and wish you the best for the 25th anniversary.
Kumsom ni pangatsunga an malak na toifel taka report min pek sa kavangin lom thukan soye tuna chuan to stem video ilo clear how ngalang u. Now it's time for a memorial service session for our deceased members. So I kindly request Architect Samuel Lalfana. He was the president of Mizoram Architecture Forum on the year 2006 and 2010. So I kindly request him to be on stage with us to hand out a token to our deceased members' family. Tunatsuan kan member kaltate siya dring na tilpek lan nahun. Kan lo do na nga minhan sakturian po Samuel Lalfana kan so mga anihi kumsang ni parugle sang ni Soma MAF President ani anming kalamtswa apyang te chung te kan omani chuanin ansan sin toy ka chiar zwa stage lam milaw pan sakturin kan han ngen ngal seu ani ama sabira chuan architect site hanza makol ni kumsa khadzakwa somnga ni som paruk thakhata alo pianga ni som paruk tharuk sang khadzakwa somsari pasaria van ko na minchan san ani School of Planning and Architecture Azir Chwakin Architect Saitan Zama completed his bachelor's degree in architecture from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, in second class in 1975, becoming the first Mizo architect along with Zoram Thanga. After working in the office of architect Mr. Bijit Ghosh for a short period, he was finally appointed assistant architect in the PWD department, Government of Mizoram, on 28 January 1977. He continued in this post only for 5 months till his demise on 16 June 1977. During his short tenure in the government of Mizoram, he started the designing of Vanapahol but could not see to its completion. Architect Saitan Zama Kolni Tsungte kan omemo kan omani chuan khongai takin stage milau pansak sela kan sia dring na thilpek laturin heng thilpek kan lan san hi kan ngai lu tak zet ani ti lan tir nan le vo in ni MAF ina kan thlen san hi anma ni wang kan tilo thailo ani. Adodle chuan architect Zoram Thanga kumsang khan zakwa somli pakwan ni somni paruk thlakwa lo piangin ni som panga thlasom sang khan zakwa somriat pakhata van ko na min chan san ani. Born of LB Thanga late and Thangli relate at Kohima, Nagaland, architect Zoram Thanga completed his bachelor's degree in architect from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, to become the first Mizo architect along with Saitan Zama in 1975. Following this, he freelanced in different architectural firms in New Delhi till 1977. He joined the government of Manipur as assistant engineer PWD in 1978. He soon left his job and joined the government of Mizoram as an assistant architect PWD in the year 1979 and continued on this post till his demise in 1981. His works during his service include the design of tourist lodge at Saltlang, Aizawl. Architect Zoram Thanga Chungte khongai takin lo chuak se. Shadring na thilpek min lo lak sak turin architect Zoram Thanga Chungte kan some. Adodle chuan architect C Vanlal Shoya kumsang khat zakwa somsari pathum ni som pakhat thlakwa alo piangin ni somni panga thlanga sangni somni pakhata min kalsan a Bachelor of Architecture Hyderabad changin Azir Chwak ani. Anna tho namun Public Health Department Mizoram le freelance na thoka anna tho tlang puite chu residential le government projects shang akhoi ani. Architect Sivan Lal Shwai chungte khongai takin lo chhuak se kanom rem chang lo ani chuan lo lak sak thei kan omem o. Adodle chuan architect David D Goite kumsa khazakwa somruk paria ni sompani thlaria ta lo piangin ni ni thlani sangni somni palia van ko namin chan san a. School of Planning and Architecture Azir Chwaka IDS Interior Design and Architectural Services a thokin residential project le government project shang akhoi ani. Architect David chungte khongai takin lo chwak se. Architect Joseph Lalrin Puyaralte kumsang khat zakwa somkwa pania lo piangin ni somni thanga sang ni somni palia min kalsana. School of Planning and Architecture Azir Chwak ani. LB Associates Zothan Consultancy Firm thokin residential le government projects shang akhoi ani. Architect Joseph achungte khongai takin lo chwak se. Architect Lalthan Puya kumsang khazakwa somruk panga ni som paruk thlakwa lo piangin ni som pani thlaso bakhat sang ni somni palia van kauna min chan sana. School of Planning and Architecture Azir Chwaka PWD Mizoram le Design Plus tan thokin MZU Master Plan le building shang te ani hian adam chung hian min design sak ani. Khongai takin architect Lalthan Puya chungte lo chhuak se. Architect C Lalmal Soma kumsang khazakwa somsari pali ni sompakwa thlaria ta lo piangin ni somni pasari thlathum sang ni somni panga tun kummaya khan van ko na min chan sana ani po hi School of Planning and Architecture Changazir Chwak ani. ADA AMC ate na thokin government project le mi mal in tam tak akhoi man ani khungai takin architect silal mal so ma chung te lo chuak vele se ole khati zong kha kan member kalta te chu na hun kan man thei te chu an yamin hlan sak tu pu samuel chunga lom thu kan soi boka kan asher tele min lak sak tu te chunga lom thu kan soi boke kha kan shia dreng na thil pek te kha an ma ni nen te khin chuan abe tham le ang ti po kan ringa ama ero chu kha thil pek khanin kan ngai lut na le kan shia dreng na MAF ina kan ngai lut na le kan shia dreng na ani ti milo shiat saka milo kol chat sagreng turin kan han ngen ngal bok cheu ani tuna chuan kan hun top lam kan lo nei to a vote of thanks soina mine sakturin architect Frederick Malsom Zwala vice president MAF kasoma sumi ma chuan kan ashar ten kan lectern hi a na nga ya min lo son sakle turin kan han som hal cheu ani
Mizoram Architecture Forum Silver Jubilee Mangtura local zong te chibai kabuk chewani. Good afternoon everyone. It is my distinct honor to deliver the vote of thanks for this momentous occasion. Distinguished keynote speaker, respected dignitaries, fellow architects, student architects, sponsors and guests, as we celebrate Silver Jubilee of Mizoram Architecture Forum, our hearts are filled with immense gratitude. Our deepest and most sincere thanks must first go to our esteemed keynote speaker, architect Bijoy Ramachandran of 100 Hands, Bangalore. Sir, we are very privileged to have you address our Silver Jubilee celebrations. Your vision and leadership in architecture have inspired many. We are eager to hear your thoughts. This is a celebration of 25 years of dedication, vision, and tireless effort by the Mizoram Architecture Forum. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the founding members who laid the strong foundation for this community, and to all past and present executive committee members who have nurtured and guided the forum to what we are today. Your commitment to shaping the built environment of Mizoram is evident in every design and every structure across our beautiful states. Thank you to every single participant, our MAF members, students and guests, for your enthusiastic attendance and engagements. And to our generous sponsors, your support has been instrumental in making these events possible. We are grateful for your partnership. Finally, no event of this scale is possible without incredible teamwork. A massive thank you to the Silver Jubilee Organizing Committee, the various subcommittees, and all our partners who work tirelessly behind the scenes, managing logistics, hospitality, and technical aspects to ensure the seamless execution of this entire program. Your dedication and hard work have paid off. Thank you. In conclusion, as we look back on 25 years of history and forward to the next chapter of growth, let us carry the inspiration and insight gained with us. We reaffirm our commitments to architectural excellence and community service. Thank you all for being a part of this special day. May you all have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Frederick, Vice President MAF, for those kind words. As we come to the end of our Silver Jubilee celebration, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for making this event a grand success. Your presence has indeed added glory to this occasion. In conclusion, I would like to say that the past 25 years has been a remarkable journey, and we look forward to many more years of excellence and innovation in the field of architecture. Thank you all for joining us today. May God bless us all, and may this organization continue to grow from strength to strength. With that, I declare this program, the first session, closed. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
I would hand over the mic to our representative from Nexion. We would like to thank them for making this event a success and making it happen with your valuable sponsorship. So we will be giving you, a prompt before your time limit is approaching. So I think how many minutes do you have for that? Yes. So if you can wrap it up within that, do your best. Good luck.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mr. Mrigam Talukdar from Nexion Surfaces Private Limited. First of all, many congratulations on completing the 25 years to the entire Mizoram Architecture Forum. And thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to be present in front of you today on this auspicious event. So before starting this event, I would just like to play a short video of 1.5 minutes. Kaushikda, if we can play the video. So actually the post-lunch session is very difficult because many people fall sleepy, and so we have started this with a video to boost up the session. So regarding Nexion, I would like to introduce, so what is all Nexion about? Nexion, we are mainly an Italian company. We are manufacturing in India and exporting worldwide in various countries like UAE, Russia, different countries. It's a proud moment for India because a multinational company coming from Italy and they are manufacturing in India, and we got the opportunity to make this useful and beneficial for the entire Indian states throughout the country. So before just moving forward, I would like to show you a small clip what is all about Nexion and how it started. Volume, please.
National company. We have the design in Italy and the manufacturing in India. We make high-quality sintered ceramic slabs that are used for indoor and outdoor applications. With our work, we try to bring the beauty of Italy into India. And the world of architecture actually is quite connected with what we do, and also the work of art actually is quite connected, because we try to bring beauty into our products, and our products are an important component as an architectural material. The idea of Nexion was how Italy and the business culture of Italy can contribute to the urbanization of India, and to the urbanization also of other cities that are fast growing around the world. For us, sustainability means that we can give to Indians, to Indian families and workers, the possibility to live in spaces where our surfaces that are on the floor, on the wall, contribute to the idea of well-being that we have in Italy. Our material is a very peculiar one because we use sand, feldspar, so materials that are very poor, that can be mined with very limited impact on the environment, and that we can produce on industrial scale using plants that are very energy efficient. We sell most of the byproducts of our materials. So these, I think, are all elements that, in my view, make the ceramic industry globally as an important contributor for a sustainable development.
So for Nexion, we don't say ourselves or present ourselves as a tile manufacturing company. Rather, we present ourselves as a surface manufacturing company, because we are manufacturing different kind of surfaces, different inspired designs, and also we are manufacturing in the process of sintering. As you can say, vitrification is a process. So similarly, we are manufacturing our products in the process of sintering. That's why we often named as Nexion sintered slabs. Our product design and marketing, as you have already seen, is mainly done in Italy, and Indian headquarters is in Ahmedabad. We are manufacturing in Morbi, Gujarat. We have design labs in all the major cities, Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Bangalore, everywhere, and coming soon also, we have coming soon with 2-3 design labs in Hyderabad, Kolkata, Chennai. Design labs are the showrooms that are company owned, that are our own showrooms owned by the company throughout the entire country. And we also have authorized dealers throughout every state present in India, such as in Aizol, we have our authorized dealers, Safe Lines, you all must already know. He's the authorized dealer for Nexion in Aizol to sell our products. A small view of our design labs. We keep our design labs very minimalistic and artistic kind of, so that all designers, architects and interiors come to our labs, they present their ideas, they see our products and can do different kind of ideas tasting and come to a final conclusion. We have many major corporate clients such as Lodha Group, Shobha, Raheja Builders, Oberoi Realty, Amazon, Visa, Microsoft, Bosch. Hospitality projects like Taj, Marriott, Radisson, Lemon Tree. So you are being used in various premium products, premium projects and also semi-premium projects. So what is all about Nexion design formula mainly? So how can we consistently come up with various design surfaces so that it fulfills the necessity of all the designers throughout, and we can provide them a beautiful the outstanding product so that you all can create beautiful spaces for our clients. This is one of the picture of one of a series named Terrellino from Nexion. The entire villa was made using our products. Mainly, we have dual design philosophy. One is creating new surface materials that is available in nature by manually crafting artifacts and all. And secondly, by interpreting some natural materials and creating them how nature would have been made. Suppose tiles and marbles are created on the design philosophy of various natural marbles, right? So that is one of our design philosophy. So how do we get inspired for creating this kind of products? We mainly look at architecture. We get inspired by nature also. We learn from art, and as a team, we work as a team to bring these ideas into reality so that we give you a absolute good quality product. And we share these ideas and discuss with you all in various events like premium events like India Design, Foyet, Salone, and you can say Charsai, throughout the entire world. Nexion is loved by many architects and interiors throughout the world because of our quality products, services, and the ideas we provide. Coming forward, So what kind of products do we offer? It was all about Nexion, what we are and this. Now the mainly coming to what kind of products we offer. We are providing you sintered slabs that are being categorized into different series, such as we have 3D structures, we have 3D printed designs, also textures, some design surfaces like concrete, or you can say terracotta kind of surface, stone inspired series also, we have marble inspired designs, we have wood inspired designs. And when you see at our stall, you can find it in real, you can touch and feel the products. You will find that it feels exactly like a natural marble or a natural product that are inspired from the natural design philosophy. And others, you can also see, we have created many products that can be used in day-to-day life by the designers. So our first category is the marble category. In marble, presently we have 29 designs offering in various surfaces. So what is the main USP? We have many tiles or slab companies in the market, but why we are different and why we are being loved by interiors or being used by the architects and all? Because suppose if we consider a single product, suppose a product named Satuario. So if we consider a product Satuario, in Satuario we are providing up to 8 different kind of surfaces. That is starting from glossy to satin to matte to different kind of 3D textures and all. Also from the same design, we are providing different sizes. Such as you can see here, we are providing the full Lapato is the glossy, Lapato matte satin. So this kind of different surfaces we are providing for a single design, and also different sizes starting from the smallest to the largest one for a single design. So it's very, very useful and handy for the designers to create beautiful spaces using the same designs in different textures or different surfaces. What is the benefit of Nexion? As I already told, we are a sintered slab manufacturing company. Moreover, we are using a raw material named dry granula in the manufacturing process. What it does, that when you see our products, if you see our glossy series, you will feel that you are looking at a mirror, because the reflection it gives is exactly like a mirror-like reflection. And because of the sintering and the dry granula use, the product comes out to be a very superior, far quality product, along with all the prints and the designs come out very beautifully. It's more durable. As you can see, sintered marble after a few years. Natural marble, you have to keep on polishing and maintaining it. But sintered marbles, we don't need to maintain so much. Just a simple wash and mop. We are one of the few companies among the 2-3 companies in tiles that are being awarded by a Red Dot Design Award. It's a very prestigious award you have seen in Jaguar presentation also. These are mainly given to excellent designs in sanitary or CP or something. In tiles, we are one of the only few 2-3 companies in the world. Few examples of how it feels after application of our products. This is from the marble category. Moving forward to the second series, we have the stone series that feels exactly like stone. We are providing not only a stone look, but a stone feel product. When you touch our stone series product, you will feel that it's actual stone. Not a stone look, but it's an actual stone feel. We have different designs within this stone gallery also. We also offer a series named Concrete, different endless ambient terracotta, mainly used for green building purposes and all. We have one series named Terrellino, which comes under the concrete. Terrellino was based mainly on the inspiration, because Nexion being an Italian company, it gets inspired, as I already told, from nature or from art. We got this inspiration from how it will look if we put a linen, suppose that a linen cloth material, if we put on top of tiles, or if we print it on top of a tiles, how it will feel or how it will look. So that was the idea mainly. And we manufactured these 9 colors from the Terrellino linen series. It's very beautiful, you can see in our stall. And these 9 colors were made in such a way that it can be mixed in different infinite combinations. Next, we have a series named Riga. This is an absolute beauty loved by designers throughout entire world now presently, because as you can see, Riga means line in Italian language. So under lines, we have created these 4 surfaces. Mainly, rigato is the vertical lines, striato is a horizontal, quadri is both, and planum is the plane surface, so that we can use it for base purposes, base applications, and for mainly highlighting walls and all. We are mainly showing the beauty of imperfection in Riga, because if we, as you can see, the lines are not straight. If it would have been straight, people will feel that it's man-made or machine-made. We have kept it little bit raw, so that it feels that it's natural. These are the colors in Planum and Riga. And we are providing it in different sizes. So these were mainly the products. Our latest launch this year, just 4 months back, was Ombre, just a small. So this is our new launch, the series Ombre. This series is mainly inspired on the, you can say, shadow, the effect of shadow, how it feels when there is a lack of light and the presence of light is low. Mainly our collection explores the skiography idea. We have launched this in 5 earthy colors and 2 sizes. The designs you have already seen in the video. The last offering we are providing is our Nexion sintered panels. That can be used on buildings, lift fascia, or anywhere, exterior applications also. Our all products are colored body, and the new launched Ombre is a full body product, so it can be used everywhere, starting interior or exterior application. This is the W Hotel from Dubai. So this is a few examples of our projects. The Nexion tiles has been used in this project also.
Can we wrap it up?
Various project lines. Mainly we are providing it in 3 categories: 46 inspiration, 2 sizes, and different 3 thickness with safety meshes also, so that it can be applied with safety in exterior applications. We have gone through all the tests and necessary international and national standard to require to be a perfect product for the sintered facade panels. And finally, we are weatherproof, fire resistant, wind load, UV resistant. On everything we can say, it's the best product we are offering in the market. So this was all about Nexion. To wrap up, as we say, thank you in English. And we say grazia in Italian language, and kalome in Mizo. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Just be on stage for a moment. We would like to hand over the memento of appreciation. And I would like to request Architect Maomi to be on stage.
I would also like to invite Mr. Kaushik Ghosh.
Yeah.
Shobinji,
Yes.
if you can assist.
Architect Maomi is a landscape architect from the PWD department. She was one of the founding members. Please take the center stage. Please take the center stage. Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much. For the next presentation, we would like to call upon Royal Floria for their presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Atamzok mizo kan ni tho wangin mizo trongin presentation nei turing ka rainbow saya. Keni Royal Floria te hian in product sang kan neya chuta tang chuanin pathum kan ron thur chuaka chungte chu Johnson Leaf and Escalator le stretch ceiling le 3D signages ten ya thuk dewin ka lupui don lawa atlang pui thu in kan hleu kwa langa chu tiang ang chuanin a technical lu tu ka lu kha chu a tha pon ka hre chia lawa nakina I interest in omani chuanin kan buta miron pan mei turin a thain ka hre dewa chu kan han soi ma sa ni ta sengin a thome Johnson Leaf and Escalator hi sangkhat zakwa somruk le pathum khanin Tamil Nadu tran ani to tuna hianin kum somruk le panina an mangmeka chon kaimani hi Mizoram tan agent kan nia Mizoram hianin lift hi chinghin kan kala chinghian ron luta a hlom lian pui pani in chu pakhat zo ka chu assembler an nia assembler kan han ti hianin an part chen khat Gujarat atang an la lutanga chuan an part chen khat chu China atangin a chen khat le chu Taiwan atang ten khalaya khanin a rei nuwa kum ni khat aron ni khanin servicing an boi thin tani chu mana changa kan boina thin ani wang khan Johnson Leaf hi kan kauluna chanania Johnson Leaf hi chu in-house product ania engkim me an manin raw material atangin an siam chawania India rama hianin factory pathum Johnson Leaf hian kan neya pakhat chu Ponamali Chennai ania Ponamali Chennai hianin testing tower India rama Leaf testing tower sang bera oma heta hianin research and development an tin hun berania chona panhilena chon Nagpur a hianin escalator an khoina sabika airport te metro te khatianga escalator mantur sang tin chu baka escalator po customize thenia airport ta teng te chuanin double height teng te lo ni thina sang deu escalator ina an chhawngai teng te khanin a height le a length ta zir khan kan customize thei thina ni chon anexa chuanin Oragadam Chennai hemi hi kan main manufacturing center ania ta hian home lift te passenger lift khoina mun pui berania research and development mun po kan neya chuanin heta vek hianin controller kan ti V3F te po siamani bok thina ni chuanin ala sa chuanin Sengadu a hi chuan cargo lift car lift kan tiang ho a capacity lian ho kha khoi ani thin thunga kan lift a hianin home lift la changa travelator te cargo te car elevator te escalator te kan khoi thei ni chon atulanga zirin airport ale rail station ateng te duangbik le mamo dan bi khan lo nei china kata khanin an mani specification milin an mani safety measure milin kan customize thai sak thai ve kani tun 2020 tanga 25 in kara hianin India rama hian Johnson Leaf hi kan sales capacity sang bera chuan kan product capacity po hi sang viawa enga tinge hemi hi chan kan ti chuan kan bung rohman keimanin kan siam chua kan in house product ani ba ka servicing a thei pato po kan chua kan changklun wang ani chu chu keimanin chuan na po ani ve thina ni ti kha kan han soitel ni ta seng ahun taka deliver kan tum thina chu baka servicing hi kan ngai poi mo berania leave me in an installer changa kum som ni kum som thum a eng ti khun po ni seng servicing a kan boilo a chan nga tinge kan ti chuan tekhina na leave khoi muna mo khanin leave abc leave number abc kan lo install ta kha leave number abc kha kan database a manufacturer kan factory a store ve kania nakina khali fakha boina lo mani pon in part nge a sensor pol lo ni ta se sensor number te a roller te pol lo ni ta seng a kong khar teng te po a size zong zong khatiang khanin database a von thata ni wang khan ke mani siam chawek ani box ya wang khan ni khwa an han reya a that na kha aron lang tul tul thina ni chu wang chuan customer te po an ron kal nona an ron order nona builder teng te po tun kuman order an na kum le ron order le ti khanin an ron kal non thina ni Mizoram a enge ni veta tilaya hi zona poimo aron ni vele a Mizoram territory a hian completed le ongoing hi tuna hian belkhomin somthum pani kan nei to a servicing po thei angtokin kan ti changklunga za perfect hi kan tum sham shama amai ro chu achieve lo chang te po om theya ma senging ke mani hi servicing a hian kan in ring tok viau ni ti kha kan han thai lang duwa tin chu ba ka ke mani mizo technician te an lo om lo ani po in rem chan lo na alo oma emo skillin up halowa a technical real tukani chuan silchara servicing center oma chu chang chuan mirom backup theya guwahati chang mirom backup theya mirom backup thin bokani ti kha kan han soitel du bokani next ha chuanin topic danga kan lut hlawanga a interesting dana dang vele thunga stretch ceiling hi kan khoi char na rei veta biakin ate conference center ate architect tan le interior designer tan hian an kuchuak timunom tu nia chuwang chuan in helai hmuna hian ron tarlan venge nge hi kan duwa stretch ceiling an han enga a ceiling engang khan ron langta ama a ceiling en mei hi chuanin a eng vut lo ama ro chu light kha ain sem ruala layer on thleng khan alumen kha ain sem dar tha em em ya chuwang chuan a hnuayo om a hadam chulai chu advantage lian lu tukania chuanin a next advantage lia chuan architect le interior designer in dutok in design and play thei chuan an design and play dan ang khan kan siam thei ani tikha kan han soitel ni ta seng anek sa chuan in hei akar fampon kan siam theia tin chu baka e 3D prints telpo hian in ati thei boka kha chu designer ina ama 23 million kan lo siam rem sakdona stretch ceiling apo ama elevator kan han soya po khan an office architect office mo designer office apo ni se site apo ni se in local manem in ron ti chuan lom takin garon kalang ti kha kan han soitel du ni kan han soitel du boka chuanin mette gloss te om theya print om thei boka a engin om thei boka ama chi athala kan muang khan chuanin a eng ani kha chuan a chunga LED light kan da chin กัน LED light ดาฮิ South Korea LED chip original เนี่ย lifetime มาเสียตินจุบักะ acoustic properties เนี่ยให้มีfabric เฮียนอันไว้เบระ fabric ควงไก่อังคานิกันไก่มาราจุมีจุงะ fit ขัดเวลาโอลอมเลยอะจุมีจุงะ LED light คาอรอนเบต้าค่า sound absorb ทะลุตุกะจุวางจวนนี้มันน่าตัวจิรินsound absorbent properties ค่ะมันจังกายน่าตัวช่างเอาอมตามไทยตานี่จวนนี้ application ที่จู่ residential เต้ hospital เต้และ commercial เต้นี่ไม่อะมาก็สวยอย่างข้านี้วาร์ตอพี translucent กันเตีย translucent ช่วงอาหารนี้ LED light อมเช่นส่วน translucent นี่เราพอ opaque พอมเลยopaque กันนี่ส่วนนี้ดุมท็อปเตะเซนตักเตะ orange เตะ color ช่างขันตัว fabric เห็นออกมาส่วนนี้เฮมิเฮกันเชื่อดูปากขัดนี่กันริงก็ร้อนเตลชามาinstall ดันส่วนที่ส่วนนี้ceiling ซีระส่วนนี้perimeter กว่าละ gypsum ceiling perimeter กว่าหลังเดียวกันมาสู่ profile ดังเดียเนี่ยส่วนนี้ส่วนมี perimeter กว่าละส่วนกัน fabric ซีระ harpoon ค่ากันบิลลูตาส่วนนี้กัน heat ฟานะกันบิลลูตาส่วนนี้กัน heat เหล่านัวข้านี้around contract เลตาส่วนนี้นั่นตักินมาร์ไทยตานี่จู่install ดันจู่เนี่ย in designนังมันนี่นะ in เตสังมิลเซลินกันติดให้นี่ก็รอนติงามนัดสันปกขันยาส่วน installation สูงอะไรแล้ว material ชอบเบอร์กันมังอ่ะยุโรปจังลักลุเตเกาหลีจังไลท์เตกันละลุตาส่วนนี้ ceiling อินสูงสัตย์เลียเวไม่ค่ะ design นั่นเดียวกันนังมันนี่เตสิน architect เมื่อ interior designer เมื่อเตสินนังเราเวก้า in เตสมิลินกันรอนเซตสัวกันกันปุยเทเจ้านี่จ้ะอันนี้ก็ดังเลยเดียวเฮมิเฮ 3D signages กันเดียmaterial จู่acrylic กันมังexterior อารมณ์ดัลวะ interior กันมังอินมวยน่าดังลำจวงบอกสิแล้ววะ acrylic จู่ laser machining กันกัตตาส่วนเตียงกันเรมปุมาตัวนักกันห่วงเฮียนช่วง LED light ออกมาส่วน designer น่ะdesign อังเจียกันข้ามี get software มังexport ข้าเกี่ยมันinput กันลงมังdesign นังเจี๊ยหันกันสวดให้ logo สเตท text สเตทอารมณ์เอ็นเมียวชวนนี้ live ข้าเองยิ่งหมดเส้นอารมณ์เป็นชีนะทีมท็อปเละเองข้าจูอารมณ์นิน highlight เลยมาเหตุเฮียนมังเทียมเรา designer อินการเท่าชีนั่นเองตัดส่วนกันเทโตปินกันเราปุ๋ยตัวชีนะปุ๋ยเร่งเจ้ากันอินหัวส่วนนี้แกมันนี่ Royal Florida ที่3D signage ที่นี่กัน innovative เวียวิงกันอินเชียฉันจูมันจังcraftsmanship ลำพังตุยกันนิวางินทิ้งลำพังแต่กันคอยชีนะเบียกินชุดแรงเตะโซดอร์ปุ๋ยเบียกินปุลปิดเตะชุดแข่งเตะเบียกินช่างชุดแข่งกันคอยชีนะขัดยังเตะเองขานินอะไรin relate เวเซล่ะจู่วางจวนกันดีไซเนอร์เต้นไอเดียอินในในเราโม innovative เดียวว่าปุ๋ยเจ้าค่ะกันทิลจากกันนี่จ้ะเบียกินน้ำมันเทียจวนนี้ออฟฟิศน้ำมันเทียบกะโชว์รูมช่างเตะ institution ช่างให้มี 3D signage เสียนี่กันทิลbuilding ปนอย่างชั่วอารมณ์ highlight อารมณ์ตีหลังเสียงชีนะ คดีส่งข้ากับ presentation ในไทยซุ่มนี่ไม่เสียกัน product อินเรา interest อันนี้ส่วนกันบูตาเตรอนกาลินกันการ์เตรอนเราละส่วนนี้กัน product ส่งอ่ะปุยเอโมฮาร์สัตนาเอโมโซฟียดูเตมินในยันนี้ส่วนล้มตะกิน in office อ่ะโม inside แต่โมกันรองกะลังกะโลเม
stage อ่ะมินเราอมสักละกัน founding treasurer ปีมารีของไงกันไงช่วยนะที่อินกันโซมา we would like to felicitate our sponsors Royal Floria and request architect Mari, the founding treasurer, to hand over the gift. For the next session, we would be heading towards the felicitation of the founding members of Architects Forum. I would like to call upon the founding members one by one and would request them to be on stage. I would like to request Architect Malsom Kimaroite to be on stage to help give away the felicitation gift. I would like to call upon Architect George Lalzuya, the founding president, to be on stage. Pueme sakahe mizolo in ring se ahlan turin. Uthan puya chung te khan omem o. Anyone who can receive on behalf of Architect Lal Than Puya Changte. Yeah, we would request Mr. Mazwala, the Vice President, to come and receive the felicitation gift on behalf of the late Architect Than Puya Changte. I would request Mr. Emesa to remain on the stage. Next, we would call upon Architect Sit Hanchuanga. He was the founding secretary, a retired architect from the Mizoram PWD. Architect Lal Nunfela, sir, please remain. Yes. Architect Lal Nunfela, Apufela Chung Tekan Omem. All right. Pimari, Architect Lal Rimoy Khiangte, we would request her to come on stage, please. And the founding executive members, and for the next, I would request, thank you, Architect Emesa. I would request our founding president, Architect George, even though he was just felicitated, it would be an honor for him to come up and hand out the felicitation gift to the founding executive members. Architect Lal Eng Zwali, is she here? Can we have someone receive the gift on her behalf? Architect Lal Ompui. Architect Laurin Zola Ralte, the incumbent president. Architect Lal Chandami, I suppose she is not there, so if someone can receive it on her behalf. Anyone from the Chief Architect's office? And Architect Lal Chandami is the first female architect of Mizoram. Architect Zoram Ngaka. Architect Samuel Lalfana. So Mr. Sammy's office also reached its 25th anniversary this year. So along with the Architects Forum, we celebrate another anniversary towards TBL Architectural Consultants. A big congrats to TBL from our side. And there are 2 left, but Architect C. Vanal Foya's family, are they still here? Anyone who can receive it on their behalf? And Architect David Guite's family to be ready for the next. And Architect David Guite's representative. Thank you. Now as we turn our heads and attention towards the main focus of the day, we are more than pleased to have Architect Bijoy among us. And before we call him on stage, there is going to be a slight change in the proceedings of the hour. The presentation that is supposed to happen between the keynote address and the panel discussion is shifted after that, so that we can have a better flow of presentation followed by the panel discussion. So I would like the representatives from Havels to keep that in mind. Your presentation has been postponed after the panel discussion. So I would love to give the time now to Architect Bijoy, coming all the way from Bangalore. Let's give a big round of applause.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you to the Mizoram Architects Forum, to the President Zuala, to the founding president, Mr. George. Thank you for inviting me to ISOL. I'm really excited to be here, also to reconnect with Zuala after his workshop in Bangalore. So today I thought it'd be nice for me to just run you through some of the work that we've been doing, but also to tell you a little bit about my background. So today, I studied in Bangalore. I'm, much older than most of you in the room. And when I was in my 3rd year, my history teacher gave me an assignment to look at Louis Kahn. And that has been a fascination for me for the last, 35 years now, that I've been looking at his work, reading about him. And so sometimes when teachers give you assignments, there's a long-term impact that some of those assignments have. And this assignment to study Louis Kahn has taken me in a very, very sort of, for a very long time it has helped me run my practice and think about architecture. That's one, seminal experience. The second one is this encounter with the Great Management Institute in Bangalore. This is an amazing building. Zuala was there for a workshop a few years ago. It's by B.V. Doshi, his company, his studio called, Vastu Shilpa Consultants. And it's one of the great masterworks in the country, or in the world, if you say. It's a fantastic institution, and when I was in my 3rd year again, during NASA, I came across this building for the first time. And again, every time I have to learn about something, or when I'm in doubt at practice, I visit the building and somehow things get clarified for me. It's a very, very powerful architectural precedent for me. And that too came as a chance encounter with this building. And the third really seminal experience I had was when I was doing my thesis, I came across Professor Kurula Varki. He used to be the dean at the Ahmedabad school at CEPT. And we had participated in NASA and then went to CEPT after NASA, and I met Professor Varki there. And in 2 hours, Professor Varki clarified my thesis for me and made a whole bunch of sketches. Again, drawings that I go back to often to sort of reflect on and to take for my own practice. And so these three are really seminal memories for me as a young architect in college, encountering architecture for the first time through these buildings, through the texts, and through this amazing teacher in Ahmedabad. Also, I mean, you had architect Sanjay Mohe here a few years ago. In that bottom right image, you can see Sanjay Mohe sitting in the bus, a young man, from many years ago. But Mohe and a whole bunch of architects in Bangalore used to run something called BASE Group. And BASE was supposed to stand for Bangalore Society of Education or something like that. But the colloquial explanation was BASE was beer and slide evenings. That Mohe and his group would have slides in the evening. They would have beer, of course, and so a lot of us would hear about it, and then we would go to one of these offices and engage in this discussion about architecture. And in many ways, when I think back at my own education as a student, this encounter with Mr. Mohe and with all of these other architects really has a foundational importance for me. That it brought to me the idea that someone could be really passionate about architecture, to be arguing about it, to be pushing for it, and to have this real love for it, that these people were really practicing with this passion. Also, the other thing that's important to me is, and a lot of you who are still students know that to be true, that a lot of the good things happen when you're in a group. The Mizoram Architecture Forum is a great example of that, when many people come together, that there's more value in that than the single solitary pursuit for excellence. And so in architecture school, of course, on the left you can see these are my friends, people I sort of studied with. But that this idea of seniors was really important. On the right side are my teachers from MIT, really formative teachers. But even at MIT, I realized that, this idea of seniors, so the image on the right are these MIT classmates of mine, that it was in this group that I found a way to work, and that the good ideas came as a result of the group. The image on the left is me with the beard in the middle. In front of me is my wife Sunita, and this is during NASA. And so those of you who participate in group works, there are some other benefits also that come out of these group works that you may find, your partner in such exercises. So we won the trophy that year, and of course we fell in love, and we've been married for a very long time. And then both of us, my wife and I, both of us went to MIT, and then after that we came back. We worked in the US. I worked with Fred Cotter, a fantastic architect, Fred Cotter and Susie Kim, and my wife worked with Mr. Brown at the houses at Sagaponack. But these are really wonderful experiences at an office. In fact, a lot of the way that we work, and I'll show you pictures of that, is the way that Fred used to work, very iterative. In fact, his drawings, the drawings that you see at the bottom, are very much like the drawings I make. I shamelessly copy Fred. We make a lot of models. It's a very iterative process. It was very tough working with Fred. I think it's very tough working with me, because we are constantly sort of, investigating and trying to push. And Fred's example is something that we look up to very, very fondly. Now, of course, once we came back to India, in America, a lot of the design happens in the studio. So you think about things, you work together as a team, you put this idea out there and it gets built. It's a very, very seamless and fairly painless sort of process. In India, everything is negotiated. So the moment you open an office, there's the client's, very, very kind uncle who has an opinion. The contractor has lots of opinions. Your structural engineer is a designer, and wants to do stuff. And so we realized that the architecture here, at least in the way that we practice in Bangalore, is negotiated. You have to come to an understanding of what everybody is sort of thinking of. And as an architect, really the job of an architect, in my opinion, is the job of assimilation, of getting these impulses and putting that together into something that everybody enjoys. And so we started our practice with these projects as a result of the tsunami in 2004 in Tamil Nadu. We did a whole bunch of these community buildings built for really no money at all, 500 rupees a square foot. But for this, it was a Christian organization that was helping to build these community centers in these ravaged parts of Tamil Nadu. And so using local know-how with some local, contractors, we built a bunch of buildings. This is an orphanage in Trichy, which was built for very, very less money. We used a brick vault for almost all the ceilings. all the roofs so that we would save on steel, but the brick vault also gave us great insulation against the heat. These are some other pictures. That little girl who stands on the terrace there is now an architect. She was our main contractor's daughter. But you can see the beauty of that lovely vault. We had an engineer from Tanjavur who helped us make those beautiful vaults. And then a series of these buildings, all in the back of Beyond in Tamil Nadu, next to the water where these fisher folk had lost almost everything, built by this NGO for these communities. So very low spec, almost, and taking a lot of lessons from bakers. Laurie Baker's ideas, rat trap bonds, filler slabs, just in an effort to bring these buildings down in terms of cost. So, and this is our office, so, 100 hands, that's the name of my practice, and it really stands for many people together, coming together to work together, and really all the work that you see today is a result of this office gang, who puts in all the effort. I get to travel and make presentations while they're slogging in the office. So it's really this, group, and my wife is standing next to me in the doorway, and that's the gang at the office. There's something wrong with. Can you just check the presentation? It's. Yeah. So when you're working in the office, I mean, it's a bit of a slog. You're searching for ideas, and sometimes ideas are not coming. And then sometimes you get, the bright flash, and we work for practice like that, that it's something that takes time, and that in the drawing of things that you get to where you want to go. And when we were practicing, I mean, I practice very much like, the practices that, Doshi and Korea are heroes, that they're predicated on the idea of context, that the context is really important. We are very prudent. Materials, cost, all of these things are really important, that we are efficient and not spending much money. We are very empathetic to our teams who work with us, our clients. And we are also putting in a lot of effort in making all of the drawings and the models and things like that. But I don't think that that's enough today, given that there's climate change and AI and all of these, what seem to be groundswell, a change in the very way practice may be considered. And so I think maybe there are three other things that one has to think about as part of practice. That first question is about morality, about what is the right thing to do, how far to go. The second is that you have to be really quick in terms of, addressing certain conditions that you may be confronted with. And the third is this ability to change, that adapting new technology, adapting new modes of practice, that these are essential in new practice. And that other four are also essential, but, there are these three new conditions. Now, faced with these really challenging things of climate crisis and AI and all of that, I want us to think back at a kind of fundamental or foundational idea about architecture. What is architecture at its fundamental? And Richard Leplastrier, the great Australian architect, he says architecture is the making of places for well-being. And I want us to remember that always when we are working, that at the heart of it are people and, the environment, and that this is really our effort is to make something of well-being, that you feel comfortable, that it gives you a certain repose and a kind of comfort, which somehow that idea of meaning, of metaphor, of this well-being is somehow lost in this conversation that is taken over, which is mostly about technique. And so I'd like to present four ideas as part of this presentation in this context of well-being. The first is the idea of the tectonic beauty, of things put together well. That's an essential part of what architects do, to put things in incredibly detailed and careful manner. The second is the idea of deep beauty, that there is meaning and metaphor, that we are trying to find meaning and metaphor in our work. Resonant is this idea of historical beauty, that we look back at the past to learn from for the future. And the last is this idea of scenius, that many people coming together, that it's the process that needs to be beautiful for something beautiful to come about. And so tectonic beauty, we've done a whole bunch of projects which are about the putting together of things with great delicacy. This is, projects in Bangalore, in Coorg. Once again, it seems to be missing. And these are some drawings. We enter a lot of competitions, and so these are some of the drawings that we make. And often competitions are the way that we really sort of get to new ideas, and that feeds our practice. So every year, on an average, we do at least 2 competitions just to exercise the muscles in a way. It's like running the marathon, really just getting fully exercised, and then you get all of these ideas from, and we don't win too many of them, but it gives us ideas that feed our practice. So these are all competition entry sketches that, we've done in the past. And we already spoke about this, the idea that these are important to us, but that there are new ways in which one has to practice because things are changing and it's so volatile. So tectonic beauty, this is the idea of putting things together, how materials come together, how structure manifests itself in the building. What are those junctions like? We're really preoccupied with those conditions of how things come together in buildings. Different materials, they have different ways of moving when they get hot and cold, that they have expansion and contraction. So how do these things manifest in the building, and how do you take care of them so that they have a long life? So these are some projects where, different materials have come together. There are reveals, separations, but it adds to the architecture. It gives it a certain quality. So this is a small building that we did for a stone processing factory. They process granite. And this is the southern surface of that building, and we said that we would make that southern surface with very, very slender granite slivers. And these granite slivers were made in that factory, and it's possible to do this only here because of this opportunity, because of this factory. And so these slivers are around 50 mil, around 2 inches at the back, and around 15 mil in the front, 15 millimeters in the front. They're like tapered aerofoils. And they hang on a very, very slender metal frame that it seems almost as if it's, hanging in air. This stone screen which protects the southern facade. This is in Hosur. It's very, very hot, and so this gives you a very nice, benign environment within. But you can see the shape of those stone slivers, and as you get closer, you realize it's stone, and it's a bit of a surprise because this very heavy material has now been rendered in this very, very light fashion. And in the evening, the light transfers through it, and it's got this gauze-like quality, like muslin, like a very, very thin veil of fabric almost. And from within, you get this kind of, quality of that transparent light. So very delicate putting together of that material on that southern facade. This is another project in Bangalore. This is it's on a site which is predominantly, it used to be industrial in Bangalore. This is all industrial land, which has slowly changed over time to become tech parks and housing and all of that. But you still see a lot of the traces of the old historic industrial landscape. So on the left side of the road, you can see these large sheds, some of these sheds which still exist. They're pretty much all line manufacturing sheds, which means that there's a conveyor belt and that things are being put together in a line. And so they're long sheds with a gable roof over it. And our site was one such line manufacturing shed, which the shed had long disappeared, and all we had was the end wall of the shed. So on that image on the right side, the plan, you can see the end wall of that old factory. Everything behind it is new, and we kind of remembered the old past of this site in terms of the language of this building. So it's a very simple steel structure, and all of the services are housed in these very heavy brick enclosures. And so this project is really this dialogue between a very light frame in metal and this very heavy, ponderous masonry, these heavy, ponderous masonry elements. So there's the building sort of hiding behind that old factory shed facade. And it's a lovely dialogue, between the old building, the trace of the old building and this new. It's a retail shop. We had to fight very hard with those guys to keep this wall because, of course, you don't have any display. So they were like, this is a retail, how will anybody come here if they can't see? But in fact, the wall now is the calling card for that retail outlet, that this is a very unusual thing on that street. And so this dialogue is we enjoy this a lot, this conversation between these contrasting elements, one made completely in the factory, the other completely handmade. And again, going into the building as well, that there are these bits of that masonry world, which is, gives context to the steel. So the steel seems to be even lighter than otherwise, and the heavy masonry seems even more ponderous and even weightier because of this, because of the two things coming together so close to each other. So this is the inside of the shop. It's very industrial. It's a home store. And again, this dialogue between the lightness and porosity of the steel and the heaviness and the opacity of that masonry, of the way the masonry has been detailed. So this is Go Native in Bangalore. And then at the end, there is this flourish of the stair tower with this conversation between materials. But again, a building really about the putting together of contrasting elements and highlighting these through the detailing and through the way that these things are put together. We recently completed a house in Nandi Hills. Nandi Hills is one of those prehistoric hills in the world. The Nandi Hills are around 3 billion years old, and the site that our client had picked is one of the great sites in that development from where you get uninterrupted views onto the hill. And so that's a direct access from our site at the bottom to the peak of the Nandi Hill range. And so this is a beautiful drawing that Pratik, one of our colleagues in the office, made. And really the house it's a farmhouse. It's a second house. People go out there on the weekends. The parents live there. And it is a house for 1,001 nights, house for parties. So there's all kinds of these places for people to come together and enjoy themselves in the vicinity of these amazing prehistoric hills. And these are some sketches of the building. The first two sketches are sketches of the road, and we were really conscious of the scale of this building. It's a fairly large house, around 7,000 square feet. And the other side of the building, it opens out, in a way, its arms out to the prospect out to Nandi Hills. So that's the plan of it, with this large room that has prospect out to the middle. So the middle plan shows you the arrival plan. You arrive on that floor into this grand room which has access and prospect out of the hills. There's party spaces outside, and the bedrooms on the image on the left also have prospect out to the hills. So that's the view from the house. It's just a spectacular setting, and that's the house itself. And from the street, it actually doesn't show itself at all. It's a very, very thin, almost a Wrightian sort of elevation, almost single-story high. And we've dug into the site a little bit to get out onto a platform from which then to view the mountain. So you come in sort of down those steps and down into the house. There is another access through a ramp as well. And you've got these timber shutters. And so that main room in the house feels almost like a pavilion where everything can be opened up to feel like a breezeway, as if nothing was built and you were just camping in that gully looking out onto the hill. So that's, and then from the other side, these are the arms opened wide, sort of facing, the hill is behind me in these views. And the master bedroom also has a view out to the hill on the right. So this is the living room, the grand room, which is a double height, large space for gatherings, for large gatherings. And that's, again, the living room looking back at the dining. But this is the view from the living room. You get to see the peak right from the main space. These are the bedrooms above. So again, a project that is about the putting together of these building materials, but also about this prospect, about this connection to the landscape. The second idea, so that's all tectonic, about how things come together and how building, and the language of the building is about that. The second is this idea of meaning. And oftentimes, the new buildings, you see the building on the left, that's the new ITPL. It was built in 2000. It's a building that checks a lot of boxes in terms of sustainability. It's a platinum LEED rated building. But when you go there, it doesn't move you. It doesn't give you the sensation that the building on the right does. And that's an old, temple precinct in Melkote, close to Bangalore. And when you go there, when visitors, I don't take visitors to go see ITPL, but I'll take visitors to go see Melkote because it has a certain profound impression. It leaves a profound impression on visitors. And this idea that architecture is static, that architecture stays in one place and everything is moving and changing around it. And that architecture then gives meaning or gives expression to latent meaning. So this is, the idea of meaning can be simple. So this is Aalto's great summer house in Finland. And that little blue square that you see there, so this is Aalto sitting in the middle of winter looking at this wall, made completely out of bricks that have come from Italy. And that blue square on that wall is the Mediterranean for Alto. So Alto makes a little impression in that wall. So he looks at that wall and he remembers his summer vacation. And maybe he feels a little warmer in that cold climate in Finland. And so this can be a simple thing. You bring your personal memories into architecture. But sometimes meaning can also be transferred through profound ways. This is Akbar's tomb in Sikandra, an incredible building. It's a tomb is basically a waiting station. Akbar's soul, at least that's the belief, is waiting here, maybe for eternity before the angels come and take him to heaven. And so it has to be the best possible place for him to wait. In the old days, the tombs used to be bedecked with all of the things that the emperor liked. So the best furniture, the best food, just all the best things. And usually in the most beautiful buildings. And this is one of those fine examples of a great tomb. And so here's Akbar waiting in that tomb. You're going through all of these gateways. And then finally you go through this chamber into a hall where Akbar's body is buried, is interred. And it's a most incredible experience that in looking at that, it's completely resplendent with all of the riches of the world. And as you go into this building, the sensory stimulus is reduced to almost nothing. There's almost no light. There's no texture on the wall. There's no articulation. And you're coming into a room that has only this diffused light coming out of two holes coming onto the cenotaph. And in that moment, you feel like you've transitioned into a place of profound meaning. That you're in a place where you're in audience with Akbar, almost giving you a sense of having transitioned to this kind of metaphysical space. Architecture is doing that through all of these modulations of surface and texture. It's incredible that it can have this kind of profound impact. I've taken my kids there, and the moment they transition into that room, everything slows down. You feel like you're in the presence of something really powerful. Meaning is also about geography, and here in Aizawl, of course, in Mizoram, you're surrounded with this incredible terrain. When Utsan did his amazing Sydney Opera House in Australia, Utsan is recalling those incredible headlands. The Sydney harbour is full of those headlands in limestone you see on the left. And Utsan creates a new headland for the Opera House. He sets those sails on top of a reconstructed headland. And the meaning is embedded in this understanding of geography, of topography. And here's IIM Bangalore, the great building that I spoke about before. But look at that comparison between the Madurai temple that Doshi talks about and those large corridors. And it's unmissable, this notion that there is this connection that Doshi is drawing from that old building. But Doshi also talks about this notion of liminal space, of space in between things, which is what architectural educational institutions are about. We saw that yesterday at the University of Mizoram, at the Architecture College, that the in-between space is as important as the studios, because a lot of chance encounters and conversations lead you to learning. And so a lot of our educational institutions take of that lesson, that really this environment where you're sitting casually with your guru under the tree in the comfort of the shade, and you're just talking about stuff, and in that conversation you learn things. And it isn't in the structured classroom, but it is in this chance encounter that you have outside in a benign environment. And so many of our buildings are about that, about the quality and the nature of that space between things. So I'll come to this again. So when we get a program document from a client, this is a typical program document. It's got all of the classrooms that they need. And at the bottom, they do 30% and say circulation. But for us, really the heart of the project is that circulation space between program is where the life of the institution rests. And that's where you may meet your lover, that may be where you meet your friends, where you have chance encounters and suddenly discuss something that happened in the class, or where you contemplate on your own about what you may have just heard in class, that this is the place where actual learning may happen. And so there's a bunch of schools that we have done. This is a very small school that we did in Jayanagar, which is on the outside a very simple envelope for a building that has so this is a very simple box, but within that box is this very, very articulated and rich environment, which has overlooks and bridges and all of these places for kids to partake of other parts of their building, and they feel they're part of a larger community. So this is a school in Jayanagar in Bangalore with these, and it's also completely covered with, around 3 feet of landscape. And so when you're in the building, you feel like you're completely enveloped with the landscape. This is another primary school we did in Bangalore. This is called Neve Academy. And we had done this plan first. It was a simple U-shaped plan with a central courtyard. And then Charles Correa visited the office, and at that point in time, I don't know, he was really preoccupied with the idea of the mat building. And the mat building is that. It's a basic grid. It's like the Gandhi Smarak, Korea's famous building in Ahmedabad, that it's a simple mat of circulation, and stuck on that circulation are all of the program components, and that the mat then gives a certain order and clarity to the plan. So the moment, and we spoke about it at length in the office, and the next day morning I made a completely different plan, thinking about what Korea had told me about the mat and the potentials of the mat. And so the Neve plan is pretty much a mat in which program then is plugged in. And so we started thinking about, how to do this, how to put a roof over it. And so there's the plan with a lot of open space in between. 50% of that plan is all open space between things, where there's yoga classes and table tennis competitions, storytelling, all of the things that happen outside of the class. And it's organized on a very, very simple framework, which is predicated on the size of the classroom. So it's a very simple grid in which we've just occupied or left unoccupied certain parts of that grid, and we put some landscape through some parts of that grid. So it's a very simple organization on plan. We went through a whole bunch of iterations for the roof, and finally landed on this idea of a floating parasol roof over that assembly of spaces. So here are some sketches of that in-between space. And this is where you enter. You enter through this low sort of colonnade across a water body and into this in-between space with the staircases and terraces that then, are completely occupied by kids doing all kinds of artwork, and, they have activities, etc. So really the life of the school is in this in-between space. That was never in the program. They had classrooms and labs and all of that, but really the heart of the school appears outside of the classrooms. And they use it incredibly well. Kavita Gupta, who runs Neve, is so inventive in the way that they have programs in these spaces. They've also started doing farming on the roof, etc. So it's an incredibly well-used school that we've designed. This is another school in Bangalore, also predicated on this idea of the in-between space, so the quality of that in-between space. So there are some plans and a section of that building, but I'll come to the photograph. So this is the building from the outside. It's a very simple organization on an 8-meter grid. The infill walls are made with stabilized mud block, which we found from the site. It's a concrete frame with this stabilized mud block infill and some recycled timber for shading. But the outside is very, very straightforward. It just sort of captures the rhythm of these classrooms and spaces. But really, it's the inside world that we're really excited about, that this inside world has all of this natural light, wonderful ventilation. It's just naturally ventilated. But it also has spaces of different scales, large spaces for people who want to perform, kids who want to perform, whereas the shy ones have smaller spaces, more intimate spaces with different varying qualities of light. So these are some early drawings of that. These are those sketches that I'd shown you earlier of what this is. Winter light, which comes directly sort of into that space, and this really articulated internal section with prospect from every level. So it's also visually all connected, that you stand and you can see almost all of the school through this section of that building. So here are some pictures of that in-between space and that lovely morning light that comes through into that space. And since it's naturally ventilated, you always have a wonderful circulation of air because of the heating up of the air at the top, and it continuously sort of has this circulation of air through it. These are the classrooms. They've got Montessori style teaching here, and so a lot of play area at the bottom and the classrooms at the top. And this is the last institutional building. This is a big, incubation hub for the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, one of the premier science institutions in the country. This was won in a competition. It's around 150,000 square feet. It's got laboratories and classrooms and offices. But really here again, it's really the yellow that we are really, thinking about, that this is the place where these scientists will meet other scientists who may be doing things in their labs and discussing, maybe challenges or bottlenecks that they're facing. And in those conversations, they sort of get direction for the work that they may be doing themselves. So this is the entry. There's a very sort of monumental entrance sort of oculus with a very large cantilevered, portico. You come into that, and it's all made in steel. It's a steel building with masonry infill. And it's got this really articulated section, like IRA, like the school that you saw before, again top lit, but with a lot of spaces for people to meet and engage with each other. So here are the sort of drawings and sections of that, and these studies for the quality of those in-between spaces in the building. So this is that oculus where you enter, you come in into this sort of really warm timber world, and then that's the primary axis made in concrete. The center of the building is in concrete, and all of the peripheral blocks are all in steel. But it's got this really luminous quality of light inside because of that top light and the quality of those concrete finishes, that you get this really benign, wash of light through the day. Of course, we're very lucky in Bangalore that it's not that hot, and so we're able to do these kinds of things. So these are some images of all of those various places that people encounter as they make their way through the building. So it's concrete in the middle and steel on the peripheries. So this is an amphitheater from the bottom. From here you can see right up to the sky, right across that section. The third idea, which is very important to us at the office, is the idea of resonant beauty. So when we get a project, usually we are always going back to history to look at a precedent, to look at what some other architects may have done. And so T.S. Eliot, the great poet, he used to say that what is the creative pursuit, And what he says is that there are these two things that the creative person has to do. On the one hand, he has to bring to bear the understanding of history, that he has to know Shakespeare and Homer and everything that has gone before him and bring that to bear in his work. But it's also important to know the moment, the zeitgeist, this particular moment in time, with all of the complexity of our, social, cultural, climatological, societal concerns, that we have to bring to bear this understanding of history, but also the recognition of the now. That's resonant. That's the idea of the historical sense. And there's this amazing project that Korea did, the last project that Korea finished before he passed away. This is in Portugal. It's called the Champalimaud Center for the Unknown. It's basically a cancer research institute. And the site that they chose, Korea has this great story where, Korea goes to the site and it's raining heavily. And he's walking along the promenade on the left-hand side, and he comes to a point, and the person who's with him says that this is the point where that river meets the ocean, and this is the place where the great Vasco da Gama and, all of these great explorers, they came down this river and then took a left to go to Asia, for the first time to India. And so this is an incredibly profound point geographically. And so Korea creates this amazing central axis, an ascending axis with two convex surfaces on either side up to a mound. And you never see the water till you get up to the top of that mound. And in a way, it's this search for the unknown, that you're making your passage up to a place from where then to leap, into the future. And it's very much, he's connecting that back to this cancer research in the building, that there's this connection between what Vasco da Gama did in those, early years and what those cancer researchers are doing within the building. It's a profound, it draws back from history and gives expression to that history in a very, very contemporary building. This is a competition entry that we entered with Allies and Morrison, a British company. We've done 2 projects with them. This is for the Nalanda University, and here we were really thinking about this notion of history, and we had just visited the ancient ruins in Nalanda and these ponderous brick, large brick, structures in the old Nalanda University campus. And we wanted to create a place of that quality that had that kind of profound, impression. So these are some images of that university with this lovely meandering pedestrian pathway connecting the dining block, the library, and the meditation hall. So that axis becomes the primary, everybody is there, the students, the teachers, and the housing is also part of that spine, and so it creates a really lively, city-like environment, a city. And these are those mounds in Nalanda. And so we were thinking about these mounds, but we were also thinking about the spaces between the mounds that had incredible potential, that these in-between spaces had fantastic quality. And so we were really searching for that quality that was in between things. This is another competition entry for a sports university in Bihar. And here we were thinking about, this sports university had these very large multi-purpose halls. And they had no scale. They were very, very tall, large, sort of large span structures. And so what we did is we wrapped those big buildings with a brick enclosure, which would house all of the servicing facilities like the coaches' rooms, the toilets, the spas, the lockers. All of that was in this wrap, which then, shielded or gave scale to these big buildings. So in a way, it was like as if we were embedding those big buildings within the Nalanda, brick enclosures, giving it scale and quality. And so that's one of the images. We worked with Kiran Kumar from Mysore on this project. And that was the idea that we had, that these buildings would be enclosed in these brick mounds that had quality and scale and gave the buildings some sense of scale in that flat environment. So this is that elevation of that building with the shed at the back, with the multi-purpose hall at the back. But this is a wonderful conversation between materials, again, very much like the Go Native project, where the industrial quality of this multi-purpose hall offsets the handmade quality of the brickwork that is surrounding it. And for the last one, this is Seniors. This is the idea that, good architecture doesn't happen naturally. It requires a conspiracy of participants and circumstances. That many people have to come together to make good architecture, and that it isn't some genius sitting and drawing things, in a room alone, but really it is in the engagement with clients, it's in the engagement with contractors, and with our own colleagues in the office. That's how good things happen, through these conversations and negotiations. And this is an example of that with Louis Kahn. Louis Kahn, the great American architect, was working on this monastery for 2 years. It didn't happen finally, but he started off with the image on the left. So it's got all of the housing on the top, all of the public facilities, the church, the library, the classrooms, all of that at the bottom, separated by a large courtyard. And so he went and presented this scheme to the nuns, and the nuns said, "Oh, but we don't have much money, this project, how much will this cost?" And he said, $5 million. And the nun said, "But we have only $1 million, so what are you going to do, And so in this negotiation with reality, with the client, Kahn's struggling to make that. And at the end, after 2 years, you see the image on the right. It's a much smaller building, just $1.5 million. It was still over budget at that point. But what's beautiful about it is that, the first image shows a separation between the spiritual life of the nuns and their public service. Whereas the last image shows that there is no separation between spiritual life and public service. That for the nuns, this was one and the same thing. And so the next logical step for the nuns to take after having reached this point is say, why are we building this at all? And they scrapped the project and went out and started working in the communities. So this is, architecture prodding, the architect prodding them not to do architecture in a way. But it's just a sublime, even the great architect requires feedback to come to something sublime. And that's just one of the great magical plans, Kahn's beautiful plan for the mother house. This is a project we did with Allies and Morrison again in Bangalore. This is a hotel. It's around 120 rooms with around 15 apartments above. So the bottom of that model is all hotel, and the top are those apartments. And it's quite a lovely building. They are just an amazing set of architects at A&M. They caught immediately that in Bangalore you could have just shade, and with fans you'd be able to, it's a lot like Aizawl in a way, the very mild climate. And if you're protected from the sun and if you're away from the rain, that you could sit in a veranda. And so a lot of this building is not air conditioned, it's just open verandas with fans. And so it feels like one of those old colonial buildings with large verandas. And this is, the ground floor, and then the hotel rooms above with these balconies. It was one of the great projects for us to work with these great architects, and really all of the interiors were done by us in Bangalore, but really carrying forth the rigor and quality of that building. It's predicated on a very, very systematic grid. It organizes circulation in a very systematic way, and our interiors give presence to that systematic process by which it was designed. So everything inlaid into the structure so that the structure is always seen, always experienced. Nothing is covered. And so here's some pictures of that. And on the 5th floor is the pool, just embedded in the floor, a complete sheet of water reflecting the trees and the sky above. And the rooms within, these are the hotel rooms. Everything is bespoke. The great opportunities in India to do things custom, sometimes cheaper than buying things off the shelf. So it's a very, very simple but refined sort of palette of materials and furniture. And then up on top is the house for the developer. Very, again, like the Nandi house, a house really for parties, for people to meet. So it's a whole bunch of terraces and landscaped areas for large groups of people to come together. And up at the top is a pool. When you're in the pool, the level of the water and the lake beyond almost merge. And so you get a sense that foreground has disappeared and now you're part of a much larger expanse of water. It's quite nice. And this is the BIC, the Bangalore International Center. Again, a competition entry that we won in 2012. It's a public institution in that it's privately funded but on public land. Made at a very, very cheap, on a very tight budget with small donations. But it's become really the heart of the city, a throbbing heart of cultural life in the city. Though it's such a small building, it attracts fantastic artists and speakers. It's a very, very simple organization. Again, it has this kind of public facade, a certain scale on the street. But inside, you can see the life of that building, completely full of people now after COVID. So inside, after you've come through those portals, you come into a world of brick. There's this large sweep of brick on the left. It's connected to the landscape through these large openings. And there's a lot of this building which has no program. It's just common area for people to meet, just like those schools that we saw before, that really the heart of the project is this in-between space, between programs where you meet your friends before the event, or you are looking for people to go for something for, So it's just a very, very nice, large environment. There's a wonderful auditorium in there which has housed 4 Nobel laureates so far since its opening. It's actively used. It's a natural sound box, so it's all articulated to give back natural sound without amplification. We had a wonderful acoustical engineer from Auroville on this. And this is the upper floors. Again, a lot of in-between space for people to meet. And that's Harshit Naik, who was our project architect, who basically built this visiting the site almost every day over 4 years. And the last project I want to show you is Sabha. Sabha is a conservation project which we've just completed in February of this year. It's a conservation project, the first one that we've done. It's in the heart of the cantonment in Bangalore. This is predominantly Tamil neighborhood. The British brought a lot of Tamilians here to work on the railways, to work in the cantonment. And so there were lots of these, Tamil settlements across Bangalore. And one of these buildings, one of these, Tamil merchants who came with the whole bunch of them became fabulously wealthy. This is in the 19th century. He was selling pepper and, fruits and all of these things and started creating these institutions for his Tamil brethren in this neighborhood. So he made schools and colleges. And this was one of those schools that he had built, which was now defunct and lying unused and in a very bad shape. So it is in a very dense part of the city. It's 2 buildings, both of them almost 150 years old. So it's got the street on the right and these 2 buildings with a connector between. Everything that you see on the left of the pitch roof building is new. And so this is, Sabha with so these are some documentation, of the building, the quality that we found it in. And this is the team of contractors who worked on it. There's Nilesh and Shaju, fantastic contractors who really taught us how to work, and Professor Vasavda, who helped us articulate and process what we were looking at in terms of documentation, amazing teacher. And what was amazing about the project is that we discovered that almost all of the materials used in that building, the stone flooring, the timber on the roofs, even if they were damaged, we could reuse a lot of them by just chopping off the damaged bits and reusing them. So the stone, all of the stone we picked out because there was a lot of water from below. We put new, French drains in the floor, and all of that stone we removed, we salvaged and used for, flooring again, but also window sills, thresholds, etc. And all of the timber that we salvaged from one of the buildings, we made the new cafe roof almost entirely from that timber that we salvaged from the existing building. So it's a great phoenix-like, coming back and reuse. And this was an amazing effort by the contractor. He removed all of those primary beams out of the building and put new beams in. You can see that that column isn't touching the ground, that it was jacked up while this process was being made. We redid all the bases for the columns. So quite a substantial structural effort from the contractor. And of course, the pitch roof building had a completely damaged roof, and so that was completely redone as well. So here are some before and after pictures, so you can see the quality. So this is the building before we did anything, and this is now completely renovated. So you can see a lot of the windows were blocked off and were in very bad shape. They've all been restored. The lime plaster has all been redone. You can see that the windows on the side as well, they've also all been reconstituted again with a lot of salvaged timber from the building or recycled timber from merchants. So this is the side street. We opened up that side street. We opened up this wall which was there on the side street, and so now that garden becomes part of the city. You're walking past, and it's surprising in that dense part of the city to encounter this wonderful garden in the middle of that city. So there's the side street and the big slope-proof building. This is early in the morning. This is the inside of the first building, which is a flat roof building, but now completely redone with a new floor. All of the columns are the original columns. All of those big beams that you see across are all new, slipped out. The old one slipped out and the new one slipped in. All of the windows on the left are new, connecting now the garden to the room. This is a view of the corridor with the archway, and that connector also redone, and some more images of that courtyard in the middle. But it's completely been sort of given a facelift. In fact, a lot of people come here and they don't really know what the architect did, but everything is sort of just hidden in the language of that original building, which is so beautiful in terms of its proportion and scale. So that's the slope-proof building, which is now completely redone with an acoustic. So that's an acoustic surface at the top, and it's fantastic for musical performances. It's been going since February. It's difficult to get a date to use this space. We've had two architects, Peter Stachbury and Peter Rich, presented in that hall recently. This is the inside of that slope-proof building. And this is the veranda, which has also been completely redone. New, the main girders are new. The rafters, some of them are old, some of them are new. But that cafe that you see on the left is completely new. This is the veranda, completely redone. And the cafe is new, and the utility building on the left is also all new. So but staying within the character and language of the existing building. So this is the cafe with a pass-through from the kitchen, and the utilities at the back. So restrooms and storerooms and electrical rooms at the back. But this pitch roof is also a dialogue with the building across the street, which has also got a kind of multiple pitch, what we call a monkey top in Bangalore. So this is a nice conversation between two pitch roofs across time. And a lot of nice detailing, thanks to great workers, again, wonderful carpenters and stonemasons. I mean, we just were very lucky with the teams we found for this project. Metal workers, all part of Nilesh and Shaju's amazing group. So just different images of the project. And this is our team at the office, Sanjana, Amrita, Ria and Ganga, people who really contributed, Sanjana especially, doing all of that documentation and working really on this project with complete intention and integrity. Fantastic architect who's now doing a master's in conservation. She left the office after this and said, this is what I love, I love conservation. And so then we were like, what? No, you have to stay. but she's now at CEP doing conservation, about to graduate. Most wonderful architect. So these were the four: tectonic beauty, the idea of putting things together; deep beauty, that all of our work should convey meaning, should be embedded in this search for meaning; resonant beauty, that history offers us lessons that we have to take, for our work; and the idea that we have to collaborate, that this work is done with people. Just quickly, in terms of drawings, so we make a lot of drawings. These are just drawings, travel drawings that I have made while traveling, so that you get things into your blood. I've had the opportunity of meeting Peter Zumthor in conversation. If you scan the QR code, you can go to the interview. It's a wonderful conversation with this amazing architect. And as an excuse before meeting him, I did all of this research, which was very, very fulfilling. We took Zumthor to IIM, and then we had made, the IIM plan on top, and those are his buildings. And there's Zumthor going, oh my God, my buildings are so small. So he's looking at this scale comparison, and he was like, oh, I haven't done anything this big. This is Alejandro Aravena, great Peruvian architect, Chilean architect, who I met in Wayanad. And then, I'm going to end with this. And of course, our guru, Doshi, we made a film on Doshi a few years ago. This is, again, you can scan the QR code, and all of this is available online, free to view. That's my brother Premjit who made the films. But that's another thing that I would tell some of the younger students here. Seek out your heroes, go spend time with them. They have a world of wisdom to offer. And this time that both my brother and I spent with Doshi, not only in terms of architecture, but also in terms of just being, being a human, being generous, and having time for things, that Doshi taught us, seminal life lessons. So seek your heroes out. Thank you.
That was an amazing presentation. We wish it could have gone for much longer. We have seen, and I think we have a lot of questions in our head, and the emotions are running high, because I remember going through the corridors of IIM Bangalore during that workshop. We were made to sketch, and I still remember Le Plastrier, saying that whenever you make the drawing, just try to capture the essence of it. And when he showed us one of those presentations wherein he was just sketching a figure dragging a log on a river, he was just romanticizing, and he has reached that level of romanticizing architecture. And before we go on to the next session, there's just one question I would, if you can answer. What should we do, to go through and reach that subliminal level of architecture practice wherein we enjoy the spiritual side of it, and transcend all this mundane construction process, and the bits and pieces of the tectonic part of things?
I don't really have an answer for that. I'm seeking the spiritual as well. There's a wonderful essay by Malcolm Gladwell. Malcolm Gladwell writes for the New Yorker, and he talks about these two artists. He talks about Picasso and he talks about Monet. And he says Picasso, when he was 12 years old, knew he was Picasso. He already had realized what his potential was. There's an amazing museum in Barcelona where Picasso at 12 is drawing Caravaggio. He's looking at Caravaggio, who's one of the great masters, Renaissance masters. And there's this one image that Caravaggio draws with these three women in it. And he starts off by imitating Caravaggio, almost identical to Caravaggio. And then over the course of that room, you see at the end, over the course of Picasso's life, you see at the end the same painting but completely Picasso. That he has, in absorbing the lessons of the past, he has come to become himself. Whereas Monet, when he was 60 years old, suddenly has an epiphany, and that's when he becomes Monet. So you never know when the genie is going to visit you, or when you're going to have that epiphany and when you're going to realize who you are. But the thing about it is that you have to show up. You have to show up at the office, you have to show up at work, you have to be committed. And in that rigor, and in that riyaz, as they call it, that at some point, and it's not on you, it's the genie's responsibility to show up. So you have to do your bit, and then at some point, maybe then you will get her to come on the shoulder and whisper, the magic into your ears, and you can draw it out. So it's a difficult question to answer because you're sometimes completely overwhelmed by the pragmatic aspects of work, that you're not coming to this poetry that you seek. But in fact, it is through that pragmatic and really effort-driven work that you come to the poetic, that there is no bypass, that it is through the rigor of the riyaz that you then come to something poetic. And for some people, it comes early in life that you suddenly realize that this is what you're about and this is what you should be doing. And for many of us, we are still seeking that we are still working towards finding something sublime.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I hope we still have a lot to ask, but the hours are few. So I would request Bijoy to remain on the dais, and we would continue with the next session of the panel discussion along with architect Samuel. We fondly call him Mr. Sammy. Yeah. So yes, the floor is yours.
So this is your second half of the day. I'll just use Mizo. Ole, hey, session third ulek angani dona. Zona zot turin chi na kan share ang kanin zona zot tu kan lawin ringila. Tu ma intasung su tiga kan sei masadu ni chu. Oh, atlarte de pon karon zot mai the chu zona tur khalawin ringula chang. Okay, let's say we have 100 hands from Bangalore. Let's see the hands from this side. How many architects here? Please raise your hand if you're an architect. Raise your hand if you're an architect. Okay. Now raise your hand if you are an architecture student. Architecture student. Wow, students. Okay. Raise your hand if you're not an architect, student. Neither. Okay. Anyone who've come all the way to Aizawl just for this event? Anyone from outside Aizawl? Yes, we see that. Okay, all right. Where do we start? I want to ask you, why 100 hands? You know, a lot of questions here. Why 100 hands?
Yeah, 100 hands because it's many people together. It's just notional of that it takes a village to do buildings. You need many people, and that recognition that it doesn't come from one person, that everybody is involved, and good things happen when there are many people together.
All right. And you do a lot of collaboration work also, right?
Yeah, we also collaborate with other architects. So, of course, the Allies and Morrison collaboration, but we also have recently started working with a young practice in Bangalore to do institutional work together.
Oh,
yeah.
That's going on.
Yes.
All right. So you did your bachelor's in India, that is in Bangalore, BMS Engineering, and master's in MIT, and you came back from there to practice here, right?
Yes.
So what was it like when you started practice? If you could recall, what was it like when you started here? When you come back from there, and then you started your own kind of work of architecture here, and what was it like?
Well, I kind of spoke about it at the beginning, where I had shown those images of many houses, that in India practice is negotiation, that you have to figure out a way to work with many people to do things, that you have to be an effective communicator, you have to listen intently, and that it isn't really, the sketch of the architect or, this kind of bravado that we talk about the architectural idea, that it is a negotiation, that you have to constantly be alert to changing conditions or to recommendations that people may have. And that was a big learning for me initially, because originally, you have this idea that I will define what the project is, but eventually you realize that that's not really, it's some part of it you do, of course, you're not just sitting benignly. But a lot of it does come from this conversation that you want to be ready for, that you have to be alert to do that. Of course, we were, initially when we first started, we had only small interior design work. We had very, very small work. But luckily for us, we started with that orphanage, the one with the vaulted roofs. And that just came completely by chance. We had some connection with them when I was working in the US, and then when they heard that I'd come back to India, out of the blue, this guy called me from New Jersey and said, "Are you back in India?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Oh, but we've got a very small project in Trichy for you. Will you be interested?" And very small was 30,000 square feet, which at that point was a huge project for us, you know. And so I said, you know, this is amazing, an institutional building, large 1 acre site with 30,000 square feet built. You know, this was all unbelievable for a young practice. So we were lucky like that to get a break early on in practice.
And the story goes on. Look, sound he in shit a har khop maya helai monitor he idon tran thengem. Headline kan ken shet thei mang lo ni chu. Helai monitor hi helam pangirong hoitir thengem kan sound lampang kan le. A khok rum maya mo a trong hin shit thei mang lo ni chu. Okay, you were doing you mentioned that documentary film on Doshi, and there's another I think you've made 2 films or 3 films.
Yes.
Architecture and the city, Bangalore perspective.
Yes, yes.
What makes you what inspired you to make documentaries? Like, you must be quite busy with your project. At the same time, you still find time to make such a documentation. And
well, if I had a choice, if I could do everything again, I would make films for a living. That's my first love.
Okay.
Of course, I watch a lot of films, and I'm thrilled by films. And I also feel that there is a connection between film and architecture, that there is this idea of narrative, the idea of light and space, that somehow architecture and film are after the capturing of these kinds of, people in space moving in time. And so to capture architecture, I think photography is a bit difficult to capture the idea of embodied experience, how you feel when you go into a building, that sometimes film is able to convey that in terms of giving you a sense of intimacy or constriction, giving you a sense of volume or prospect, that film has the ability to create those conditions for experience, of experiential viewing. Both the films, of course, Architecture and The City doesn't really go through architecture at all. It's just a series of interviews. And the reason I made that film is I had just come back from the US and I didn't know what practice in Bangalore was like. And so I called all my friends and I said, you got to tell me, like, how are the fees structured? What are the building bylaws? How is it to work with clients in Bangalore? These were the questions I had, And my friends very generously spent a lot of time with me, and I had at least 16 hours of footage that I then cut into a 1-hour film where these people are talking about the frustrations of practice, basically, about what it is to practice in Bangalore. The other 2 films I made, both are on Doshi, and they're really the reason to make those films. One is, of course, to spend time with Doshi, but the other is that my brother had just come back from the UK and he was really not finding any work and was, just hanging around. And I said, I need to get a project, get him busy with something. And so then I just proposed this idea to him, and he was game, surprisingly. He said, okay, chalo, let's see what happens. And we called Doshi up on a Friday, and he said, can you come on Monday? And we had no equipment, we had nothing, just the 2 of us. And so we flew to Ahmedabad on Monday early. We went and hired equipment from some guy. And that's how the film started, with rented equipment and with no script. But it brought me, of course, very close to Doshi. It got me time with my mentor in a way. But it also brought me and my brother together. It got us really to really know each other working on this together. And so then 10 years later, we made another movie again with Doshi because we felt we need some more time with him. And the first film is very, very sort of, in a way, jolly. He's talking about architecture. He's talking about things, about life, celebration. But the second film, Doshi, is a lot more introspective. This is just a few years before he passed. He talks about death, about transitions, about the Pritzker recognition, and really putting in context the kind of, that it isn't that serious, that, things are all passing, that we are all sort of just in transience. And we're waiting for this transition to the other side, So in that sense, the second film is a lot more philosophical, more metaphorical. And Doshi is really introspecting on 80 years of practice,
That was the second chapter.
The second chapter, yes.
Not
They're
the
both
second
online.
chapter.
Yeah.
Not the second chapter.
Not the second.
All right. I think just one more question. You were showing that project, the Sabah. I think it's very interesting because you mentioned that you didn't throw away materials, you reuse them, and you retained the design, and it came out fantastic.
Thank you.
And I'll make sure that next time I go to Bangalore, I'll visit that.
I'll take you.
And I read about that. You said that at times you just had to leave the guys do their job, and then and you learn a lot of things from there. So anything you'd like to share beyond what you said, like how difficult is it to reuse those materials, and like some of them you have to chuck them, I think, and how much time does it take for you to actually decide to reuse that material, because you have better materials, you have craftsmanship, everything is, so you could have easily pulled in new kind of windows, flooring, strip off the ceiling, you could have done a lot of things, but still you maintain that. So can you share about that?
Yeah, well, Sabah is, we take some credit for it, but actually a lot of credit goes to our clients who, see, when you're doing conservation projects, what we have learned from Sabah is that if you're really going to do it properly, which is to use original materials, original techniques, the cost of a conservation project is at least 40 or 50 times more than if you were to just demolish it and rebuild something. That the cost of conservation is actually quite high because it is labor intensive and the materials are not cheap. That's all original timber, most of it is teak, original stone, so this, really dressed stone, which is also very expensive. And so the commitment from the client to go the whole hog it's a big part of that project, that he's agreed to do that, he's committed to it. He complained a lot through the process, but he sees the benefit of it in the long run, that this is now, when the next iteration of it happens, maybe in another 100 years, they will thank us for using the right materials because they can again reuse a lot of this material in the next version of it. The second thing that's really important about Sabah is the contracting team. There were two primary teams there, Nilesh's team and Shaju's team. And as an architect, one of the things that you have to be very, very conscious about is your ego. And many times these contractors have ideas that are better than us. They know about the materials, they know about their limitations, and they advise us, and oftentimes we dismiss that. We think that we know better. But we learned from this project that quality contractors bring so much value to projects, and that the project has benefited from us basically just getting out of their way and letting them do their job, the job that they know better than us. Yeah.
Well, you have shown your design, we've seen it, and then we've seen it before, we've shown it also, and what we see in a design is you are sensitive to climate, the social context, and at the same time you have those modern technology, and finding the balance between this. Anything you could say about, I think sometimes for young architects especially, there's a lot of challenge, because nowadays we have so many modern building technologies, materials, lots of glasses, you can already see this. So how do you make balance between these materials, the social context, the climate?
Well, we try. I don't know if we're successful all the time. With regards to materials and technology, a lot of it also comes, like for instance, the Indian Institute of Science building. It's a really technical building. It's got a lot of gases that run in it. It's got a very unusual air conditioning. It's all radiant cooling in that building. So there are lots of bits in that building that the Science Institute told us that they want to try with this building. And so we had to get the right consultants on board to help us work on that building to get it done in the way that the Science Institute wanted it. And it's also BIM, it was done in BIM.
Yeah.
And so it's really for us also a learning that you, but apart from all that, we still have to go back to this man under the tree, the idea of the in-between space, these poetic ideas that we are also seeking.
Yeah.
That one cannot compromise the other, one cannot overtake the other, neither the poetry nor the pragmatic components. This idea of balance is a wonderful, it's a lovely word. Sometimes you do hit it, sometimes it doesn't work. Those projects we don't show you. The ones that we like and that succeed, we show. Yeah.
All right. Okay, I think taking too much time here. Anything you want to ask from that side? Do we have ushers to hold the mic? Or?
Hello. Hello. It's an honor to have you here, sir. So I just have one question from your presentation and from your own word, being your. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. From your own word of your building being simple, I just simple in the sense of material, probably in a way, in your own terms, which to us is all grand. But I just wanted to ask, how difficult is it in execution or in convincing a client to have a simple building such as yours in your own terms?
Well, with institutional buildings, it's not a very difficult thing. The simple buildings tend to cost less, and they like that. So in terms of finishes or in terms of materials, those things, whatever's locally available, whatever local know-how is possible, that becomes easier in terms of cost. I was telling Zuala earlier that we're now doing a lot of homes, and we've never done too many homes. In the last 20 years, I would say that we've done 5 homes. And now suddenly we're getting a lot of homes because our friends are becoming wealthier and they are building their own homes and calling us. And there it's becoming a challenge, so because they want to show the money that they have spent on the building. They want to put Italian marble or, all these expensive and exotic materials. And we're resistant to that a little bit in terms of what that means in terms of materiality. So that conversation is ongoing. So we have finished that house in Nandi. It's all local stone, that we've used in that house. So we take people there to show them, and if they don't like it, then maybe we don't do the project. But if they like it, then that's something that we can have a conversation about. But yeah, it is a challenge when it comes to personal homes. But with institutions, by and large, they are happy to go with the material palette or the kind of buildings that we've designed, because they do save money eventually. Since we started our work with those projects for the NGO, this idea of cost is embedded in our thoughts, that we're always approaching work trying to be prudent about material and trying to be prudent about cost.
I think I am one of the oldest the architect among here. I would like to ask regarding old building. You are doing renovations and you are telling it is costly. So in Mizoram, we demolish many of our office building instead of renovating, and we do the reconstruction, total new constructions. So many are going on. So in your opinion, how effective it is to go for renovation or reconstruction? So regarding the value of the building, renovation might be good. But financially, sometimes it may not be good, say, if you compare with new building and renovation. So what is your idea? If one should go for a renovation or reconstruction? So you have done something, I think you must be having good experience in that. Got my question, I think.
Sure. Well, yeah, so if you take Sabha, for instance, the materials are all very, very expensive materials. Lime is not cheap because lime requires a lot of labor. Lime plastering, lime wash, it's labor intensive. All of the structure is in wood in that building, and all of it is, teak. And so those are very expensive components for a building. Whereas I don't know what kinds of buildings are being demolished to be rebuilt here. But if there is a concrete frame, or if it's a steel building, or, if there may be some sense in retrofitting a building like that, which may not be too expensive. So with the older buildings that we have in Bangalore, because they're all timber structure buildings, renovating them is expensive. if you're going with the traditional materials. If you're using new materials to renovate or reconstruct them, then maybe it is cheaper. But if if you're going by the sort of original material palette, then it becomes, like I said, 40-50% more than just making new. So if it's a concrete frame and if the concrete is damaged, there are ways to fix the concrete, and it may be much cheaper to keep the frame of structure and redo the building than to demolish it and rebuild it if it's concrete. But if it's a timber structure, then not so. Yeah. Very difficult to make estimates. So we got only man-hour rates from our contractors. We didn't get. So we had material rates. So for the material we had quantities, but for the labor it was completely potluck. So he would say that I will charge you so many rupees per man-hour, and oftentimes we would completely overshoot the budget because it took so much longer to do. We were there almost every day, so we know that they are working, that they are really on the job. But just estimating the amount of time it takes, because oftentimes when you start peeling off the plaster, you realize that there are many more structural cracks than you originally imagined. And so to tie all of the structural cracks with metal plates, to infill brick in all of those cavities that have been damaged because of water, that you don't realize it when you look at it from the outside, that as you start removing, you realize what the damage is. And so that the quantification of man-hours was the challenge. Materials was easy, but man-hours was difficult.
Okay. Students, who? Yeah. Please.
Hi, Bijoy. Yeah. I believe through your years of professional practice, I believe you have stumbled upon crazy clients, difficult clients. I would like you to share us a story, one story. If you could share more, that would be brilliant. One story of such, clients or such projects. Because I believe that as architects we often talk about a lot of technicals, design and theory and all that. But I always believe that the stories we share each other has taken the most important place in our hearts, and that's where we learn the most. So if you could share us, one or two projects.
I don't have too many crazy client stories. I mean, I think there's a great essay by Louis Kahn called What of Mosquitoes and Donkeys. That's the name of the essay. And he says that when you enter a room and you've got your first meeting with a prospective client, as an architect, one of the big skills you have to have is to know if the person is asking you for the whole donkey, or if he's asking you only for the tail, or if he's asking you for something completely different from that you have to be able to tell what the ambition of the client is, and if he's willing to negotiate, if he's willing to come to the table with you. That's not always easy, but that's an essential skill, because otherwise you get too deep into the process and you realize that you have nothing in common, that what you're talking about and what the client wants is something completely different. In terms of a difficult client or a difficult project, the BIC was a very, very difficult project for us. And the only reason for that is that the BIC was a committee. So I had to work with a building committee. There was a group of 7 people. One of them was an architect. And everything that we had to produce had to go through this committee for approval. And then we had to then present it to the 1,000-strong membership of the BIC for approval. So it's, the famous saying, right? The design of a horse by a committee is a camel, that you get something really ugly at the end of it. That the committee is really difficult to convey. They have to make a decision together. And so you have to find a way to discuss or present project to them that then they were able to come to a consensus with. So that was a very, very big challenge. I mean, we went down many dead ends with the committee. And then, so we won the competition in 2012, but the project got completed only in 2019. And the project is only 40,000 square feet, 4,000 square meters. So it's not a very large building, but it took 7 years to build. And most of that was because of this back and forth between committee and us, and just, this struggle to find a common ground. But I think there is a benefit in that also, that we also start listening to our clients and figure out ways to manifest that in the building. Yeah, I'm sorry I don't have a colorful story with a crazy client. I can't think of one. Yeah.
Actually, Bijoy, we have a lot of crazy clients here. So, probably Mizoram has a more crazy clients. And committee as clients is a very common thing here. Okay, anything else?
It's also because probably I've not done too many houses. And I think with the houses, you get a lot of personalities. And houses are mostly for friends, and so we know them and they know us. And so that's already you've built a bridge in that sense. Institutions, they don't really care. You know, in most cases, they give you a budget. They give you that kind of a program, and then they go away. And they say, this is the date I need to cut the ribbon because the school year starts whenever it starts. And then they show up for the ribbon cutting. You know, we don't even have too many meetings. It's very, very sort of, they leave us alone. Yeah.
I just have a question regarding the cultural side of things. Because you have been practicing, you're from Kerala, you're practicing in Bangalore, and you have clients in UP, Bihar, and all across India.
Louder, louder.
The cultural challenges that comes with practicing in different geographical locations, and how do you overcome that?
Well, we spent a lot of time with our clients, and we spend a lot of time at site. I think there is no other way to do it. So, especially with the clients, and usually for the project in Bihar, there's a very large team of people there who are going to run the Sports Institute. We didn't win that competition, but even before we were presenting the project, the client had initiated conversations with the large team who were going to run the institution. And so then you understand what they're after, what their ambitions are as institution builders. And then we also visited the site, we get to know the site, and that brings us a lot of information as well. Other than that, I think, movies are a great way. If I'm doing a project somewhere where I'm unfamiliar, then I try to dig up all the movies I can to watch. That's an excuse to see maybe, Bhojpuri movies or whatever. Just to get a sense of what the mood is. But by and large, I think spending time with the client and spending time at the site is very, very essential to get a feel for it.
See, Bijoy, we have architecture students here. The way architecture is taught in college nowadays is quite different. I think how much of a sketching, maybe 30% of a sketching and a lot more of AIs, right? So even in practice, now comes AI. So for architecture students, there are some students who, I think there are students who goes with AI, who make use of AI, okay? I won't say anything negative about it as such, but what are your thoughts about this AI coming into designing? And in fact, we have big firms, not big firms who totally depend on AI. Right. There was that firm in Dubai, they just totally depend on AI and they have big projects. So what are your thoughts on AI? And for architecture students, anything you'd like to share about that? Or even for the practicing?
Well, all of these things are, like I remember when CAD came in and everybody thought that was going to kill all creativity, that once you stop drawing by hand, that somehow you'll never be able to make good buildings. AI is, of course, much more revolutionary in my opinion, that it will it is seductive. It gives you a sense that everything is resolved. So many clients now bring AI images when they come for meetings. They've prompted the AI to generate images that then they want to build. But you have to understand that construction and it requires, like the things that I spoke about, that you have to know about the way materials come together. AI can't do that for you. You have to have experience in the field because after all the thing has to be built. You have to understand, history, that you have to bring that to bear. You have to have an understanding of the context, that plays a big important role in the way architecture is made. That somehow AI, bypasses a lot of these physical realities of architectural practice. And so use AI, by all means use it to further your ideas. But also, like I said, have an embodied experience of the place, spend more time with the people, know about construction. That these are all things that will enhance your understanding of architecture and maybe feed artificial intelligence to be better. That you can't just be prompting and making, things that then look fancy on the screen, because after all it has to be built, and your knowledge of construction and your knowledge of the place and your understanding of people are at the heart of our practice. And so I would say that it's all new technology that one has to accept without forgetting the lessons of the past.
I think since election is also there, anyone who last questions, just give time for one more question.
Hello, sir. My name is Puya from Architecture, Catalyst Architecture, and I don't know if this is the right question to ask, but I might never get this chance again, even in my lifetime. So why not? I guess. Before my question, I like to clarify that you might have also known that the famous architects like the Frank Lloyd Wright, Le Corbusier, and even Peter Zumthor are not licensed architects, to be honest, and they never studied or had an architecture degree, right? And which leads to my question that do you think these architecture schools diminishes our artistic, the bold artistic traits in all of us, and does it decreases this artistic, the bold artistic traits in us for architects?
You said you were a student or you're a practicing architect?
Practicing, Catalyst Architecture.
Oh, you're as well as office. I don't think you can generalize that, but I do think that if you went to a school where maybe there weren't very good teachers, that it could then limit your capabilities as an architect. But then the reverse is also true, that sometimes you have a great teacher and he or she opens up the world to you. And you never know when you meet that teacher. There's that great Rumi, the great philosopher, says that the great teacher only arrives when the student is ready. That sometimes you may not have the great teacher in school, and that you may go through school thinking that you just didn't get the right education, but you're seeking, and at some point something triggers something in your mind, and you never know when that happens. I think there is a fundamental flaw in architectural education, and that is across the board in India, and that is that most of our design studios are run as if individuals designed the world, that you would stand up in a jury and present your project as if, and the burden of the creative impulse is on you. I would think that a lot of schools should introduce a lot more teamwork and this notion of how you work with other people, so that when you come out of education, that you're in the world with the skills to be able to be in a team and contribute positively in a team. We don't learn that much in school, and a lot of the work that we do in school is predicated on individual excellence. And when you come out to practice, you realize that a lot of it is actually, a good project comes as a result of many people together. I would say that, I was very lucky when I was in school. I had a fantastic teacher. His picture was up there at the end. Mr. Anil Dubey, who taught me when I was in second year all the way till my fifth year. And he's the one who taught me to draw. He pointed me to the things that, are of value to me today, even today. And that is thanks to him that I got a footing in this world of architecture. That sometimes you do get an incredible teacher, and you're lucky that you have someone who can then open the world to you. So I wouldn't say that all architectural education is useless, but I would say that it is dependent on the teachers, and better teachers make better schools. I don't know where you went to school, but it is important to have good teachers as a young architect. The example of Zumthor and Le Corbusier and Wright, all three of them actually didn't go to school. I think Wright went to school. Didn't he get a degree, or he didn't get a degree? I don't know. But the thing about all three of them is that they worked for a number of years. Wright famously worked with Sullivan. Corbusier worked with a bunch of architects in Switzerland, and so did Zumthor. He worked with the archaeology department for almost 10 years before becoming an architect. That they all put in their paces learning the craft of architecture, not in the formal school, but through work, through working in an office and learning. It wasn't that they woke up and suddenly became architects. So whether it's in school or whether it is through practice, this idea of grounding yourself in the language of the profession is very, very important as a young person. I don't know if I've answered your question, but yeah, maybe it's Rumi's thing is the best thing, that the great teacher will arrive when you're ready, you know. And so maybe you've already met him or her, but it'll happen.
Okay. I think it's about time, but you've been through NASA, you've read Fountainhead, and you did your masters abroad, especially MIT. You came back. You were in Glenmarket also, right? Even I was there. Yeah. You've been through Glenmarket Masterclass. You've had so much experience. Now, little advice for young architects and architecture students, and then we'll close it.
Well, no advice, just suggestions. I would say that it's try to travel as much as you can. Try to get out there. And when you travel in groups with your friends. Have a lot of fun. But the thing about travel is also that you should try to draw while you travel. So try not to take too many photographs. Try to draw. And even if you don't draw well, you know, we had this amazing architect in Bangalore recently, a person called Peter Rich. And Peter Rich has been drawing for the past, 60 years, you know. So he's got this amazing collection of drawings of places that he's visited. But the thing about drawing is that when you draw and when you pause where you're visiting and you've traveled to a place and you sit to draw, you will never forget that moment ever. Like when you look back at that drawing, even if it isn't a great drawing, it'll bring you back that experience immediately. It'll give you what it felt like to be there. It'll give you the time of day, the people you were with. All of your memory is jogged by just looking at that drawing, and it gives you a connection back to that memory. And so drawing is very essential. So travel and draw is my only suggestion. If you can do that, it will stay with you for all your life. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sammy. Thank you. I didn't know you went to
Big thanks to our keynote speaker and our panelist, Mr. Sammy. And before we head on to the general election, we would be having the handing out sessions for the competition award. So I would like to give the time to Architect Shwaitea to take over the session.
The best is saved for the last is the saying. Kan loading to view may techo wang sorin kan kal deu move to may nga hey competition Architect Forum Silver Jubilee polling competition te siya mania chuta chuan photography competition aoma reels making competition aoma students design competition aombok ani chung te chu voini aloman kan semdo na khongai kan asher te kha kan lomman te helai muna hian ron keng chho mai ta sela atho me hunte a reilo nan kan president khanin minlo sem sak mai ta sela athange thuma kan nei lokang hai competition a hianin kan du strict ve khop maya rules and regulations te po uluk taka siamania judge 10 ka kan rules and regulations mang 10 thei top so in an judge chutiang chuan lomman hi siamania photography at the page one professional photographer ina a judge ani. First we will start with students competition. We will start with the consolations. Consolation, not necessarily in order of achievement, in the order of ranking. Consolation number 1 goes to Lalompui Pachuao. Let's give her a round of applause. If she is here, she can come and collect the certificate and cash appreciation. Lalompui Omem. Om lo chuan khong ina lak sak theite kanom chuan lo kalila. And the next consolation prize goes to Vanal Duom Avarte. The competition subcommittee heartily thanks the entries. Thank you. They are both from Mizoram University. And the winner is Wasim Ahmed Barbuya. Wasim? All right. The theme of the competition is what could have been. They have been assigned to take any place, any space that they like, and then perfect it to their imagination. We thank the students for their heartfelt participation. Going on to photography competition, I hope the media is ready to cast the winning entries. Photography, it's an open competition, so it's not just applying to our members and students. And the theme is good versus bad architecture and urban design. Sorry, the building and its surrounding context. Consolation prizes. Consolation prize pakatna Johnny la shwetlong aralte aron kalem o. Melshia te kan omani chuan anni hi architect kan fraternity mi te anni lo wangin kananin somna chun ron kal lo te po ani theya an thalak tele an mani ming kan lamanga lak sak thei te kanom lo ani chuan sub committee ten pek dan kan lo ngai to mai don dia pani na hi lalchan chua pathum na hi kan tilang zelem pathum na hanti la consolation dong pathum na Samuel ke tilian chunga kong ai na photo kha chuan pakhat na hi Marcus la lom oma ani a photo hi portrait in a oma screen a hian landscape in a in zoom out ta kan mu chiang thei chi lawanga amaro chu kan shafia thiam thei ome. The competition theme is the building and its surrounding context. Thank you to all the participants. Reels making competition a lut leila consolation te consolation number 1 goes to Jos Lalompuya. Can you play the video? Yes. 1 minute is the criteria. So within 1 minute, they had to showcase what good versus bad architecture does to their surroundings, to the users. Volume, please. Volume ka update themo. And we are very glad to have entries from the students as well. Good architecture invites the wind to dance. Bad architecture locks it out, is the caption. Thank you, Jose and his actors. Consolation, panina. Not necessarily in ranking, kantito ko. Samuel Van Lalpeka. Volume, please. Hengi audio veka technical problem pal aniange narration ron tela chungchu kan judge te hian uluk takin an ena chutiang chuan narration te a theme an lutem an idea te aron langchuak tha empty an ena tin apoi mo bera chuan heng te hi social media lama highlight turte ni wangin layman ten an share thiam thei turin kan theme hi an ron phochuak tha empty kha an en uluk em bokani Samuel hi architect ania PWD tunai thok mai gani. Urban design issues video here. Kan lo me Samuel achunga kan lom tak zet ani PWD lam kha kan wauring lo ve ole consolation pathum na vanal fakzuala ani hi non architect an yashilong a oma aron kal thei do
Mizoram Architecture Forum kaltangin good versus bad architecture chungchang tlem kalo soyang architecture thalo lanna pakhat chu kan tui chepai dana hian ani alon na mumal lote pipe thalo mante apoi thei hle ani panina chuan lighting placement eng lu na le tanda na mun entinan mi chun kha zong thlat ada te hi bad architecture chu ani pathumna space planning mun ruak man thiam apoi mole kongkhar le thildang chet indal te poi thei kop mai good architecture ve thunga chuan poimo ka ti deuh pakhat kan soyang emergency exit hi ni nun na tam tak chantu ani thei thildang tam tak po ala omang ishit chin zel du chuan Mizoram Architecture Forum hi ilo bel chiang anga good architecture dua bad architecture idu lo chuan architect nge I ini lo design tir ve donia mutiu
alak sak thei kan emo kan lo ni chuan subcommittee ten kan lo convey mai don nia le winning entry chu top 4 te hi chuan alak sak thei mani helai hian achian pa in ron lak sak don ni and the winner is can in ring him architect Ruthi Lalrot Feli ani
in mun le ram mila insak don hian aram leilung ti chetlem thei ang bera sakhi insak dan thaber ani tuna kan ron tarlan te hi mol ponga sak ve ve ni in pakhat jok hi aram leilung za na le ngai to na nei mi alawa sak ni in atlang pong chu rot niam top ni in thingding sa po pakhat ma zo ani daw hei ve thunga hi chuan a in hi sakna rei deu to ma se thing upato tak tak te a saklai tanga zo le hum hal tam tak mo tur a omani thingkung pakhat lek po hian chena ti nom pha hle ni ai zo lungdo le lai puitlang le min mun te hi khwarel chat na awanga ramrem lo ni in sakna atan po atlak to lo ma ni se aram rem lo na lai takhi lungdo a hian man tangkai ni in mi puita na mun nuam taka siam ani a lai puitlang ero arem lo na anga da to pani thong zana phei chuan an din hun lang lam te
Ruthi chunga kan lo me kan president chunga kan lom boke ole entry lute zongzong chunga lom thu kan soya tia din khang kha hataka lo jacha lo entu te chunga lom thu kan soi boka competition sub committee hi member panga kan oma ke hi convener kan architect Lalfroy Tlong Aralte secretary hi architect David L Rentle nia tin member a hianin architect Vincent te tin Agnes tele zo than kimite kan om ani khang kha member te kan introduce ve shim ani chon kan moba kha in thlan ania ni chena bo han puya khan ron shoot boro ke bo ron shoot ve mai anga hey kan in thlang mai dona uluk takin member 10 kan in thlang chuak vek don ti chu rin thawania tuna hianin thlinglo tak chungin joint secretary a hian ko meka term ni ani to wangin thlan thei kha kan ni chia to lo maro chu dang a khan thei thawa khanga khan hei kan na ten alo zirtak lo wangin midang pot niam tu zo ka kha kan ina lai chen te lo om to tun term le term ma sa nga te po khanga khanin garon pha ni khong ai te ka min she thiam sak turin karon gen ngal ani lo me
Mizoram Civil Engineers Association Lampanga kan invitees te khan OMMO. Yeah, I would like to call upon our invitees from the Mizoram Civil Engineers Association, who will be the returning and the polling officers for the general body meeting here. Yeah, so I would request them to come to the front and to the dais, and I would also request the ushers to bring a table here so that the returning officers will have place to conduct their business. The ushers, please. Ushers, yes, we would love to have a table here at the front. Kong ayin do kan het lain min lo da sak o kan in thang do na in than na tur atan ti chuan vote share na tur mun atan khanin do kan ma mo don boka
chu khongai min lo arrange sak turin kangen bok chewa in khan ma in instruction claim azong pek ngai oma khongai in mi puite hun kal deu to ma se lo thu turin kana din ngena. I would like to appeal the audience to remain seated as the general body assembly happens. And there are a few students of you here, and there are some members and non-members who are not in a position to cast your vote. But regardless of that, we would request you to witness the process of election and see the process of electing new leaders in the Mizoram Architects Forum, particularly the student body. We would love you to be involved in this process of the Architects Forum, and also that it would be a good opportunity for you to be introduced to the next leaders for the new session. So I would like to call upon my colleagues from the Mizoram Civil Engineers Association. So I can see the General Secretary along with his colleagues. And a gentle reminder that there would be a group photo session after this. So everyone, including the sponsors, the visitors, the invitees, everyone are invited for the photo session at the end of this. We would be standing here and arrange in whatever way we can so that we would all fit in for the group photo. So I just would love to take a short moment for the introduction of our colleagues from the Mizoram Civil Engineers Association. They have brought a gift for the Architects Forum as well. We will keep that for a while. We would love to introduce them first. I would give the mic to them so that they can have a self-introduction, what they are doing, where they are coming from, and what they are representing.
Oh, Vina, kini Mizoram Civil Engineers Association te kumdanga kanlo tichin fau danin timai tiang kini hi minlo som fau thina kan lo me ma in than pui turin Vina minlo soma kan lo ma ke hi laram sanga kania tuna hian Assistant Secretary MCA kania amal te tein kanin pe phai ke mang ka pe phai me yang o introduction Kabulami hi Jonathan Vanal Ruata ania ni hi kan General Secretary ani chuana dole mi hi Dr. K. Zirsang Zeli ania ni hi kan Finance Secretary ani chuan asir berahian lalmon sangi changte ania ni hi kan Treasurer ani Vena hian kan englo kan chunga lok nga Architect Forum MF Silver Jubilee in mang in thleng hi kan lompui chewa kan lompui na cheu kan ti thei tok klem hle ma se kan lo keng ve a chu chu kan treasurer hian a kan min don saktorin president local se chuan min han saktorin kan treasurer kan som don ya
citation to India ki kan char chuak vereng rengange Mizoram Architects Forum min kumsom ni pangana Silver Jubilee in lo thlen hian thinlung takin kan lompuya cheu ramta da in tho zel na tura tluang taka in tho theinan le tho na thatak kan nei zel theinan du sakna kan hlana cheu Mizoram Civil Engineers Association Secretary le President in mingan sign bokani e
phim khur tak le chang takini ti zelang u tu nei dala thei lo deu ani chuan presentation khati da dei maila tero anexa hian chu chu som ma yang umiang
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to congratulate Mizoram Architecture Forum for their glorious 25 years, and very happy to be participating in this auspicious occasion, sir, and you have given us that opportunity. That's why we are very much grateful for all of you. And I am Pritam Fatwali, representing Havels, along with my team. Actually, Havels is an electrical conglomerate. It is the largest electrical conglomerate in the country, and it is in the top 5 electrical conglomerate all across the world. And that journey started with a vision of a very simple man, Mr. Kimatrai Gupta. He was our founding chairman. And we are sitting here. He started with a very humble beginning, and now we are the largest conglomerate in the country. That's the journey starts. It's a leading, as I have already mentioned, we call it FMEG, the first moving electrical engineering, electrical goods company. We have 5, Havels is the flagship brand of that QRZ group. That QRZ group, entire group is called QRZ. It is in the name of our founding chairman, Kimatrai Gupta. In QRZ group, Havels is the flagship company. And in Havels, we have got 5 brands: Havels Studio, Lloyd, Havels Crafty, Standard Electricals, and Rio. And we have a very robust distribution network all across the country. That's why we are so successful. Here also in Aizawl also we have got a very strong dealer network. One of my very prestigious dealer, Mr. Mazama, is here in Eastern Electrical. So that's why we are penetrating entire nook and corner of the country with sales and service. And along with the sales, along with the product, along with the technology, we are very much committed to it. Social responsibility also. We are involved in, as a social responsibility, involved in many initiatives in education, sanitation, and community development. And we are proud to give you the information that we have been ranked in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index and maintains an A rating in the MSIJ ESG rating. It's a very prestigious rating for organizations like us. And this is our strength. Actually, Making India is a buzzword nowadays. For the last almost 10 years or 8 years, you have been very frequently listening that buzzword, that Making India, Making India, Making India. But Havels was adopting that philosophy since the beginning. Since late 19th, we are only concentrating on the manufacturing in India, and 90% of our products, crossing across around 21 verticals. Whatever you name in the electrical, we manufacture it. From kitchen to your industry, to your office, to street. Every electrical products, it is in our fold, and every product is under our own manufacturing. And today, when we see that entire India is going for a Making India, we proudly take that, we humbly take the pride that we started it very early in the beginning. And to come to today's stage, every organization must have a very strong mission and vision. First, we must have a very strong vision, and accordingly, Havels also has a very strong vision. And it's a to be globally recognized corporation known for excellence in technology and governance. And to achieve this vision, we are also in a mission throughout the last over around 4 to 5 decades, through global business ethics, global risk, technological expertise. This is the mission and vision that Havels is being undertaking since long. And other than mission and vision, some value we always been adapting for the last almost 5 decades, and 6 values. And 6 values that is keeping our company strong, and it is making bigger and bigger, stronger and stronger day by day. That is the customer centricity, equality, ethics and governance, empathy, entrepreneurship, humility and simplicity. Actually, to be very honest, these 6 values are keeping Havells very relevant in today's era also. When we started the business, that era was in the 1970s, late 60s, and we are in 1925. We are still relevant only because of these values we have been adopting since long. Along with the company being a very good company, good product, very huge network, we are also a very good company to work on. And proudly I can vouch the thing that last 6 consecutive time we have been given that we have got that great work, great place to work, even in manufacturing also, even in consumer durables also. This is the 2025 announcement. And whatever Havells is all about regarding his product, regarding his vision, and regarding his mission, I would like to give you an audio-visual presentation, not a long one. It's only 5 minutes. Just have a look. You will understand the entire Havells organization. Volume, please.
An attractive blend of function and style. A name synonymous with premium, efficient, and technologically advanced electrical products. Distinguished by customer-centric design and modern aesthetics. Havells, an electrical goods giant that's been pioneering high-end innovative products, making in India since 1971. What began as a modest electrical trading company with an investment of just rupees 10,000 60 years ago has grown into a fast-moving electrical goods company that makes in India for the global consumers.
Kimat Rai Gupta ji, our founder chairman, always believed in Atmanirbharta. Though it is a buzzword today, but it has always been there as a philosophy for Havells. We are a complete portfolio of both consumer electricals, industrial electricals, as well as consumer durable play. We manufacture everything in-house. And that has been the big strength for Havells, that we have a complete control on not only the technology, but also the complete supply chain.
Driven by a futuristic vision for new age products and innovation, the company's growth and expansion has been powered by its in-house product design and development and adoption of cutting-edge technology. With its unwavering commitment to Make in India, Havells has 15 state-of-the-art manufacturing plants in the country. These manufacturing facilities focus on automation and adoption of Industry 4.0 practices while producing a wide spectrum of products in 25+ categories. From wires and cables that carry power to houses to a variety of high-tech Internet of Things enabled products and home appliances. Havells' expansive portfolio of products has set the industry benchmark for range and quality. Product innovation is at the heart of Havells' success. Focused on the specific needs of Indian consumers, Havells invests a great deal of time and investment to create new products and develop new technologies. Havells Center for Research and Innovation is the crucible for product design and innovations. Havells has evolved from manufacturing electrical goods to developing and embedding cutting-edge technology in its products.
The most important aspect of the brand of Havells is trust. The consumer trusts the brand of Havells, and that is what we want to give to our consumer. When they put an electrical product in their house, they should feel safe and they should have a sound sleep.
Havells is proud of its research and development and product innovation. The Havells Experience Center is meant to showcase these products and their features to the end consumer. And it's one-of-a-kind experience center. People can interact with Havells products in a real-life setting. Havells' people-centric vision extends beyond developing technology for its end users. The company's long-standing CSR initiatives focus on Havells employees, dealer network, as well as the larger communities in different regions of the country. Havells has implemented a comprehensive set of CSR initiatives that span education, nutrition, sanitation and hygiene, and environmental sustainability, with manufacturing plants powered by solar energy that have zero water discharge certification. Havells is India's first water and wood positive organization. With a keen eye on the future, while being firmly rooted in its founder's ethos of inclusivity and sustainability, Havells is headlining the country's FMEG industry's presence on the global stage.
Havells should be looking at creating a benchmark for technology, not just in India but also globally.
That's Havells, actually, to be very honest. Whatever you have heard, whatever you have seen, that is the reality of the Havells. And I am repeating again, we have total 21 verticals products. Particularly in building segments, we have got electrical wires and cables, switches, switch gears. Then in power group, we have got industrial switchgear, power cable, motor. Then we have got electronic consumer durables, where we got fans, home appliances, water heater, cooler, and nowadays we are adding a heat pump also in our water heater vertical. Then recently we have come with kitchen appliances like gas stove and hoops and etc. In entire solar, nowadays solar is the alternate energy that government is also focusing ultimately, and we are in solar in everywhere now. That way, we are expanding our entire operation in 21 verticals, but it is not possible to cover all the verticals. But today, we would like to show one thing that is called automation. It is also a Havells a new edition. It is not new edition. Around 5 years back, we came to this scenario. Now everybody is becoming smart. People are getting smarter. Our gadgets are making smarter. Our cities are getting smarter. Smart cities we are going to have. Our transportation are getting smarter. So why not our electrical system should get smart electrical system? And automation is a major part of the smart electrical system. And for automation, I have got my colleague, Mr. Vinod from HO. He is from this vertical. So I would like to request him to show some light on the automation vertical.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Basically, just I am sharing our data for you. In the last month, I visited in a smart home where the all lights, curtain, music, each and everything respond automatically. It feels like a future. Just I am talking about that thing. And is automation a virtual tool? Basically, effectively, components of the various building components, just lighting, curtains, HVAC, and more security systems. we can talk about this. In the support part, we are using the various government schemes, is the green building or the smart homes is there. We have the options. We can go for the smart lighting or smart home solutions. In the objective 4 and architecture, in the modern architecture series, we are using the comfort and convenience, increasing the property values, future prospects. In all the universal design means कि each age group can use the systems. As a older, as a younger, everyone can do via mobile app or via the voice command. We can, in the same, enhancing security. The multiple components is there for the smart lighting, smart CCTV cameras, smart locks, all are the various components in the automation we can use in our home, and we can visualize the all things. Is it working or someone is there or someone is not there? These are the components.
Can we wrap it up in a minute?
In here, for the automation, we have lighting control, says light dimming, light color changing, light tunability, all are in the part of automation. In the same HVACs, the multiple type of the HVAC control is there, the split type, cassette type, or chiller type system, VRV, VRF, the all systems are in the part of automation, and we can control it via our automation systems. In the similar security systems, video monitoring, irrigations, shading, the most of the automations can work with our automation systems. The next slide. For better understanding the automation systems, we can play a video. Just play it.
The world is getting smarter every day. In the coming years, every object and device will be connected, and we will be part of a connected ecosystem where automation will play the lead role. We at Crabtree are designing a smart and energy-efficient future for you. We are making your office spaces feel global while you own controls to every piece in the picture. From a simple light controlling system to a smarter occupancy-based and sensor-based lighting, to daylight harvesting and time scheduling. We are making your office spaces smarter every day. We also understand that in order to make things functional, we need to make them intelligent. Hence, we have designed multiple modes of lighting based on your requirements while making it easy to implement with just a few clicks. The Crabtree Office Automation also provides end-to-end HVAC controls. It can control all types of ACs, be it VRV, chiller, cassette, split or window. Monitor and control air quality inside your premise with exclusive zone temperature controls as well. We also know the value of safety in smart, and make sure your office spaces have high levels of automated security control with IP CCTV feed, distress detection and alarm systems. We are also putting in efforts to make your office places feel livelier with automated curtain control and projection screen control in the meeting rooms. While we do all this, we are making sure that the joy of the office space remains intact. At Crabtree, we are adding a touch of intelligence amongst our various offerings so that they work on a single command and get you going with just a click.
Sorry to interrupt.
We are trying to bring global automation into your hotel spaces as well. At Crabtree, we are helping you delight your guests by giving them the control in their hands. From in-room lighting control to setting up mood lighting, from temperature control to curtain controls, from picking their choice of music to controlling the entire room's functionality, Crabtree helps you promise sheer customer delight to your guests.
Darling, just dive right in. Follow my lead.
We are also bringing the automation technology into your retail spaces to help you and your customers have the best shopping experience. Crabtree Office Automation Solution, with its features like constant illumination, enhances productivity of your organization and also saves up to 30% of energy cost, thereby making huge savings. It also secures your offices, hotels and retail spaces. It can also integrate with any building management system without causing any problems to the currently installed systems. Join the future wagon as we at Crabtree are adding smart automation and energy efficiency to every object and design in your surroundings. Come, be a part of the future today. The world.
Thank you. That is the smart solution from a smart company. Actually, we are cutting short at the presentation as Sir is ready now with his ear. And thank you for the opportunity.
Just remain on the stage for the felicitation. I would like to request the incumbent Vice President, Mr. Mazzola, Architect Mazzola, to come and hand over the felicitation gift. So if you don't mind, please take the center stage. We would have loved to give you another hour, but since the sun is setting, thank you so much for the sponsorship and for the partnership.
So yeah, that's our office.
You deserve someone who listens to you, hears every word, knows what to do when you're feeling lost and confused. There's somebody out there who will. You need a man who'll hold you for hours, make your friends jealous when he brings you flowers, and laughs when it says they don't have love like ours. And somebody out somebody out
กันดงเวลากันวันหล่อแม่ thank you so much จนเดีย head stay เราละ turn ไล่เห็น English นี่มีกันสวยยัง should we say it in English yeah or Mizomi ที่ผมช่วยไง English ที่ผมช่วยกินนี่ที่อะไรarchitect ของก็แต่กันนะ yeah we will have an introduction we are a band called Discord the band was formed back in 2016, 17, and with the concepting, it'll be like 2015. And we are a small band, an indie band that's trying to make a living off of music. This is our passion, and this is our heart. And tonight is for you guys. And we will have an introduction. To my right is the shredder of strings, Dave the guitar. Not Dave the diver, it's Dave the guitar. And then to my left is the beast on the beast, the percussionist, RSR. And they call me Moonchild, the silver tongue. Anyways, and this next song is for you, every one of you. A great big bang, dinosaurs, fiery rays and meteors, and all ends unfortunately. But you're gonna live forever in me. I guarantee. Just wait and see. And parts of me were made by you, and planets keep the distance through. I'll take my heart, I see. But you're gonna live forever in me. I guarantee. It's just meant to be. And when the past decides to appear for reasons he can't marry you, I'll take my word and my seed. You're gonna live forever in me. I guarantee. Just wait and see. Hey, Insham, do me ka? Okay, avan chave. In Spotify set list ang deu kan ro play ako kan chui ru chai vai che ma vai khan. Tak taka kan nu Spotify playlist ang top kan ro play dia in play ve ka ring ring otai re. Can I introduce lo? Andri chagam lo me. Anyway, that is my beautiful wife named Jacinta. Anh Trung của này ta đang khăn mắng mía vì. This song is called Happier by Ed Sheeran. In sẽ thấu mo? Set xuống lầu rồi. Lầu set tổ tan tê lệ là set về tổ tê tan. Chuan cần nuôi X tê tan. Walking down 29th and Park, I saw you in another's arms. Only a month we've been apart. You look happier, you do. Saw you walk inside a bar. They said something to make you laugh. Saw that both your smiles were twice as wide as ours. You look happier, you do. Ain't nobody hurt you like I hurt you. Ain't nobody love you like I do. I promise that I will not take it personal.